woke, this has come up a couple times. Mic check, 1, 2. Let me know if the mic sounds cool. We're about to get this party started. Tell all your friends to get here. This ain't gonna be forever. Quita. All right. I kind of like this. Sounds real good. It's perfect for today. Breakfast at DeeDee's. It sounds like the name kind of sounds good. Like, it's a high-end restaurant. You know what I mean? All right. Man, something. I want to start the live, but the groove is just smooth. All right, let me get some shout outs out the way, and then we will start the show. Good evening, everybody. This is DJ Torch on the 1 and 2s for you right here at DJ Torch and Friends Live Network. In the house, we have Char Willie in the house. Bridget's in the house. Quita is in the house. We have Tiff in the house. We have Act Natural Under Pressure in the house. Oh yeah. Camel is in the house. A lady is in the house. Damn, makes me want to get out my turntable. This groove is just smooth. What was I going to do next? Oh, that's right.
And the pot calls the kettle black, calls the kettle burnt, calls her mad. Kettle reminds the pot that we've both been burned on the same stove, that the parts of our bodies that are layered in soot were scorched by the same hands. Kettle tells pot that she still boils water, holds the hot breath of a white man's tongue, endures the slow simmer of a white woman's allyship, and still we make something beautiful. Pot calls the kettle wicked, and kettle says no, but says she's so magical she burned the hand of the last man who tried to pour himself a piece of her. Says she's so black she is everything, so black she is the beginning. She is the first thing someone finds home in when they wake up in the morning. Says ain't that what it means to be black? To have the world go up in flames around you and still be sanctuary for someone, saving men who lost themselves the night before, saving men who curse our names but forget his mama is made of steel too. And now the pot has no words but calls the kettle bitter, but loves the glass pan, the fine china, loves all the exotic shit white men put behind glass casings, loves how fragile things not made of steel can be. But this isn't about the pot or the pan. This is about the kettle, the black woman, how she pours herself across the earth, but no one bats an eye when the water disappears. We give ourselves to men who never love us, but they say we are difficult, too hard to break. How we, the kettle, praise this pot, this man for all the water he holds. How we are the only ones who do not call him monster when the water boils over, because we know this heat, this white flame, hot enough to make any of us explode. We are the first ones to make noise when the world goes up in flames, but they say the earth was saved by the man who heard her scream. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says yes, but says you best remember you black too. The next time they bring a fire to your neck, they burn black bodies on the stake and the stove. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says bitch I might be, says nuck if you buck, then says wipe me down. Kettle says yes my nigga, I be black, I be mad, and I boiled the last man down to his bones when he tried to test me. Pot calls the kettle black, and kettle says hell yes. But don't say my name as if you ain't ever been burnt too.
You know, love is an incredible thing, and we don't know love like we should. We always talk about, I have unconditional love. Unconditional love is, we don't even know it, because if a person stops stimulating us, we stop loving them. You're not interesting to talk to anymore. Goodbye. But that real love, that love that sometimes is difficult to have, that's that love.
Earlier live on Saturday.
All right. Like to get some shout outs out the way before we start. Breakfast at DeeDee's. In the house, Queen Award. In the house, Tomas. In the house, Act Natural Under Pressure. In the house, Tiff. In the house, Creative Solutions. In the house, Bridget Mouton. In the house, Act Natural Under Pressure. In the house, Char Willie. And we are ready to go. All right, let's hear Dee Dee's point of view. It's a surprise. It's a surprise today. I'm not going to tell you everything about the video. Just listen and let's learn and let's get to it. Here we go. Okay, let's okay.
One. I don't know if I mentioned this before. Maybe I mentioned it. I don't know if I covered it, but I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip and we're gonna discuss it. All right. So here we go. Wherever it is, if I can find, here it is.
Thierry Bastien was inside this Lauderdale Lakes Walmart when he saw a man beating up a woman. He raced in to help her out. He was for doing that right in front of his own family. Their lives have forever been changed now. This infant baby boy will now never get to know who his father was.
It's the songs that plays back in your head. It's the whole scene that plays back in your head.
It was supposed to be a simple shopping trip that changed Makia Ford's life forever. She watched her boyfriend, an infant baby's father, Thierry Bastien, get shot 6 times.
In the front of the baby and in the front of my kids and in the front of me. That's something I'm never, ever going to get over for the rest of my life.
Just let me make a note that it was a man who shot the man. Again, it was a man who shot the man.
Ford says she and Bastien witnessed a man beating up a woman inside this Lauderdale Lakes Walmart. No one tried to help the woman out, and Ford says Bastien came to her aid.
When he threw her down and he started punching on her is when he ran off to go help her, and I pulled him back and I told him to don't go. And he said he'd just go in to help.
Bastien and the alleged shooter, a Walmart employee who was off the clock, Ronnie Sterling, tussled, and investigators say Sterling shot him. Ford pleading.
Oh, okay. So it was a black man who shot a black man. Let's keep this going.
With the shooter after the first shot to spare her boyfriend's life.
I had the baby in my hand. I was like, no, please, even if it's for the baby, even if it's for the baby. And he just stand over him and he just shot him.
Sterling was arrested Tuesday night and appeared in bond court today where he was denied bond.
Let me stop it right there before Dee Dee gets started. Now, you're going to see something very interesting in this live of a live, this reaction we're doing on this live. It's very important to point out that it was a black man that shot a black man in this instance, because I'm pointing this out because It's going to play itself out in this live today. Just watch.
All right. So that's part of that story, you guys. That's so unfortunate that,
Unfortunate. That's horrible and sad. But I agree. It's very unfortunate. She's just, I mean, I understand that.
That man had to lose his life trying to, what was he trying to do? Defend or protect a Black woman. And I just think it's unfortunate that he had to lose his life in that manner. He had a family that he needed to be there for. And, it just, I talk about this because once again, we hear so much negativity when it comes to Black men. It's like, God dang, if I didn't have a good Black man in my life, and are raising good Black men, or knew of any Black man, I would, if I didn't have that, I would think that every Black man walking was just the scum of the earth. You would think that.
All right. So she said it herself that basically that she would, if she didn't have a good Black man in her life or experiences with good Black men, she would think Black men are the scum of the earth. Where does she get the information from? I think most people get and for her defense, I'm going to say she obviously got the information from the media. Black women don't own the media. Let's keep it going.
That every Black man alive is just a horrible, evil creature. You really would. You would go around just looking, and that's how some people look at us as a.
Absolutely. That's you are exactly right. Dee Dee, you're on a roll right now. You are on a roll. That's exactly how Black men are looked upon. More so, mostly outside of our culture
as a whole, and our men, because of the narrative that's being pushed and pushed and pushed by our own people and others. And so that's why I in all seriousness, I think it's important to put something out there other than the negativity, because that's all we hear. You would think that every Black man, you should be afraid of him. He's the boogeyman. Oh my God, he's coming to steal, kill, and destroy and rob you. Mm-hmm. You would just think that every Black man is just the most horrible person out there. Yep. And I know that that's not true. And that's why it's hard to just constantly hear that narrative. And also what's being pushed is also too, when you say that, when you paint that narrative that Black men are just these horrible creatures and they can't be trusted, and then they don't protect us, and they don't do anything, so they're no good, they're just worthless. What it paints is it paints a narrative that if the Black men are so horrible, but it also paints a narrative that the Black women are just saints.
This is the question I have, is why did she go straight to Black women being saints? Actually, this is where Dee Dee and I probably disagree with this aspect. It's society thinks it's Caucasian men that are the saints, if anyone. And Caucasian men don't even believe that's true. They feel like that people are, at least in their minds, they feel the media is against them. So I disagree. I respectfully disagree with this her angle here. But let's keep going. Let's dig deep here.
Black women are just saints.
I don't see how she can even make this argument, because I mean, Dee Dee, I tell you what, you look at your Manosphere brethren. Shoot, you can look in your own room. Do they sound like they think that? Do those guys really think Black women are saints? We shall find out soon. Let's keep it going.
If the Black men are just these men that can't be trusted and these horrible creatures, the Black women should be right on side with them, right along with them.
Why? That's two different entities. Let's keep going.
And I don't know why some, not all Black women, tend to think that they're not looked at in a negative light as well.
Oh, oh man. I mean, the thing is this, Dee Dee, you must know that the reason that The reason why channels like mine exist is because Black women are put in a negative light. I'll tell you what, go visit your buddy Obsidian and see what he says about Black women. Go back on, Kevin's channel and look at what he was saying about Black women. Go ahead and check out Fresh and Funky and see what they're saying about women and Black women. I'm sorry, I can't buy that, Dee Dee. I can't buy that particular one. But I mean, you have a right to an argument, and I'm glad you're making it.
This kind of idea that they're better than their own men is absurd.
No. See, the problem is this. I can see where you're getting that from because, American society, they probably, if they had to choose between Black and women, non-Black American society would probably opt to interact with Black women over Black men. Not all, of course, but for the most part. The reason why is for two reasons. One, less risk, unfortunately. Two, they can control Black women more than they can control Black men. Don't get me wrong, American society, they do control us. They do control Black men, and quite well. But I mean in a way that is not mean.
If they don't realize that you pushing this narrative that every Black man can't be trusted and they're just this low down.
The key is that where is this narrative coming from? I mean, I will say I come pretty close sometimes because I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make sure that we know that we as Black men got a lot of work to do. But let's keep this going.
You got to understand that if they're looking at them, then they're looking at you.
That's true. I agree with that. The problem is that, believe it or not, America is starting to see they're starting to see a distinction between Black women and Black men. And you'll find out why.
Our women don't have the best reputation out here. So I don't understand why certain women like to push that and don't understand that there are consequences behind that. And hey, if you're dissing the Black man, you're right.
But aren't you pushing the narrative that Black women aren't any good? I mean, that's what your channel's built on. If you look at your videos and you look at your thumbnails, what are they telling you?
They're going to look at you the same way. They're not looking at you as these stellar individuals. Black women have always been painted as the aggressive Black woman.
By Black men, by the way. In fact, Black men on your panel. Did you check them? I'm just asking, did you check them and say, hey, wait a minute. I understand what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm not telling you how to run your channel. I'm just asking. You're really literally telling us how your panel feels. Let's keep it going.
Strong, aggressive Black woman. You can't tell her nothing. She gonna blow up and she gonna have an attitude.
Dee Dee, you got to see where you're going with this, because think about it like this. How many incidents of Black men conflicting with Black men have you seen? Some that, just the video you played, who was the victim and who caused the damage? Boom. Let's keep it going.
So, and it's true. And it's not true for every woman, but it certainly it's true to some degree. And so you got to understand that you're not doing yourself any justice by trying to put your own men down.
Dee Dee, you're in the genre of putting women down. Whether you think you are or not, that's where you are. So I find it really interesting you making this argument. It's kind of a little bit hypocritical. I mean, you are literally in what women deem as one of the worst genres they have to deal with on YouTube. You are right in the middle. You were down with Kevin Samuels, which is fine. You have your choice. But Dee Dee, you got to understand that you got to see the hypocrisy here. It's almost like this. It's almost like a supremacist group complaining, telling Black men that there are people out there criticizing them. Let's get this going.
And sooner or later, they're going to realize that one way or another.
Sooner or later.
But it's just ridiculous. And this whole idea of, oh, the Black woman feels unprotected.
Oh, it's not, that's not even an opinion or a feeling. It's true. Black women are the most unprotected group in America. Maybe you could argue, you might argue somebody, Native Americans, maybe, but no, I mean, that's the fact it is.
Now, there are many cases like this one I just showed you. There are many scenarios where there are Black men who are out here protecting Black women, but they end up losing their lives.
I mean, you could say many, but if we really want to look at the stats, there's many more cases of African-American women getting the backspace from a Black man. I'm not talking bad. It's just there's more stats on that aspect than the aspect that you're talking about. And then when you are looking at the aspect you're talking about right now, the deletion was done by another Black man. So, but you're here blaming Black women for the interaction that was really between two Black men that got one Black man backspaced. So that it's weird how you're tipping around and trying to get around the actual real problem, which, believe it or not, is not the Black man himself. It's the anger and the mental state that is causing the damage. I mean, if you want to make us avoid blame, if you want to make Black men avoid blame, then blame the mental state we have, because that's all we have. There was no reason. What you should have been talking about is, why did that guy shoot the other guy 6 times?
So this idea that a Black woman is not protected by her own man is ridiculous.
Well, that's almost, I mean, the argument, let's put it this way, Dee Dee, the argument can easily be made. You'll see later.
And then I don't think they see how they contribute to that. If you isolate yourself from your own men, you call them dusties and trash, why would they have any reason to turn around and want to protect you? If you say you don't.
Dee Dee, I understand your point of view as far as that is concerned, but you have to understand that more than likely Black men were the ones calling women certain names. In fact, Black men still to this day think that Black women are the most promiscuous women out there. And they're not.
There are women out here who say they don't even want a man to approach them. Don't approach me. Don't look at me. Don't do this. Don't do that. So how is he supposed to protect you if you don't even care for him? If you're looking at him as something to be feared, or he's beneath you, why would he turn around and then protect somebody who don't even like him, who could care less about him, who has all these negative things to say? We gotta stop doing this, And this is not, every woman is not out here thinking this way and doing this, but this is to the ones who are. You gotta stop doing that, and you gotta stop equating your personal experiences with every other.
Dee Dee, do you hear about the woman who was deleted because a man asked her out and she said no? I think you're forgetting, I think you've lived a great and wonderful life. You have a loving husband, you have some beautiful children, and as you stated, but I think you don't know how it is out here. It sounds like you're kind of disconnected to what Black women put up with every day. And a majority of that crap they have to put up with is unfortunately coming from my brothers. So that's a hard argument for you to make. I mean, you keep saying, well, how did Black women, come out looking perfect, even though that's the strangest argument I've ever heard. But you have to see that you have to understand. I mean, look on the news. And the news is not really the barometer. If you don't want to look on the news, look at the stats. Look who's doing what to who.
Other man. Just because you had a negative experience with a man doesn't mean that that's every man. So I just want us to get to a place where as Black women, we start, call out your own experience. Call out your individual anecdotal experiences and call it for what that is. Stop putting that on every person out there. The same way we wouldn't want men who have been in horrible relationships with women, because listen, we have a lot that's been shown on this very show and everywhere else where men have gone through hell with these, what y'all call hyenas.
This is a very interesting this is a very interesting part, and she's kind of giving away the punchline. And one thing that men, we are good at is, well, basically, something? I'm gonna let this play. I want to save it. Sorry, guys.
Where men have been in relationships and been good to these women, and these women dogged them out, but nobody wants to talk about that. Oh, we can't look at what the women
Nobody
do
wants to talk about that. That's a whole manosphere. How can you even say that? I mean, who is the nobody? The manosphere is a much larger market than Black women empowerment. It is the much larger market. There are people in the manosphere right now who have millions of subscribers. And these are aggressive. They're not like trying to be like, act like they're in the middle. They're not. A perfect example is Fresh and Fit. Do you hear how they talk about women? That's weird that you brought it up like that. That's you got to understand my point of view. You see it, right?
Because the women are perfect and it's all the man's fault. And see,
a woman has never said they're perfect. I don't see the perfect argument. I'm not going for.
Where I have a problem with that. As much as,
you're having a problem with something that's not a problem. I've never, look, as you can see, I've been around a while. I have rarely, I maybe could count On one hand, how many women have told me, "Oh, I'm perfect. I can't make any improvements." The thing is that it's important to make an argument that is based in some sort of legitimate statement. And to say that Black women think they're all perfect is absolutely close to ignorant. No, ignorant. It is. I just haven't seen it. If I ask a Black woman right now, "Are you perfect?" She is not going, I will put money on it that she's not going to say, "Oh yeah, I'm perfect." I know women that are gorgeous that don't think they don't think that much of themselves. Gorgeous, and they say that. It's a self-esteem thing. So no, I'm not going for this argument. Sorry.
Holding both sides accountable. I'm about, listen, hey, it don't matter if you're a man or a woman. If you do somebody dirty, if you do wrong, it is what it is. You have to be held accountable for that. There shouldn't be no favoritism or
I agree.
You're just protecting this one. No, we all know right from wrong. We talk about that all the time. If you know that you're doing something wrong, acknowledge your fault in that and keep it moving and try not to do it again. But to constantly say,
I'm going to defend her here and say and assume that she said that to her own guys.
"Oh, we're in this situation where it's a blame game." All I see is men blaming women and women blaming men.
Okay, I'm glad you at least see that. That's a start.
Separation. What I guess some would call the agenda war. Because women are trying to paint out how horrible Black men are, and Black men are trying to say how horrible these Black women are. But you got to realize, hey, both of y'all have some accountability in this. One is no better than the other. You're really all in this together. We shouldn't be pointing.
That is true. We are. I mean, we should be.
But trying to figure out how to bridge the gap, if you even care to.
Let me stop it and kind of break it up for a minute here. In the house, melanated vessel. In the house, King Sigma, or better known as Chester. In the house, Tomas. In the house, Sadmbe. In the house, Bridget Mouton. In the house, Tiff. In the house, Act Natural Under Pressure. In the house, Flawless. In the house, Quita Ward. We're going to keep it going. I know it's a little slow right now because it's important that she gets her argument in. I don't want to sound like I'm just putting a bunch of sound clips together and then people would just, say, "Oh, wow, that wasn't fair, blah, 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 blah." Yes, Bridget, Chester is one of my favorite trolls. He really is. Let's just call him, yeah. Chester, we love you. Okay, let's go.
This point, because there are a lot of people who are checked out and they're just like, to hell, it is what it is. I don't want to be bothered. And I that's understandable as well. But for the ones who are complaining, you got to stop doing that. That's not helping the problem. That's not fixing it. It's not making anything better. It's not getting you.
See, again, this is the huge problem I have. Dee Dee, you are in a genre that makes its money from complaining about Black women. I need to repeat that one more time. You are in a genre that makes its money from complaining about Black women. I understand that people say, no, the genre, red pill is about building yourself, blah, 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 blah. Come on. Go back to your buddy's channel, right? and Obsidian, or Fresh and Fit, or Kevin Samuels, or the thousands of others, right? Poor Man's Podcast, and you tell me tell me how many black male building videos they're making, black male self-esteem videos they're making versus women ain't nothing videos, or women, or she's bad, she's a blah blah, or a 304 videos. That's why it's a very hard ask for you to convince women of your argument right now.
The outcome that you want. So you have to start trying to figure out if there is a particular outcome that you are looking for, then you need to figure out what it is you need to do to get that outcome. Point blank in a period. Otherwise, there's no reason
I believe
to
that.
complain.
Wait. I need to play that back.
So you have to start trying to figure out if there is a particular outcome that you are looking for, then you need to figure out what it is you need to do to get that outcome. Point blank in a period. Otherwise,
that's perfect. I've actually said something like that on your show itself and repeated to the fellas in the clouds all the time here. In fact, I probably said that, if I haven't said that to you, Chester, I'm saying it to you now. Exactly what she just said is what you should listen to. Not calling people hyenas like you are. Let's keep it going.
There's no reason to complain. There's no reason to even have a discussion.
You heard what she said. That goes for men too, right? That goes for men too. Even though you're in a genre that wouldn't exist if they followed your directions to the word.
If you're done, if you wash your hands with it, oh, cool. Well, it shouldn't be of your concern. But for the ones who are constantly complaining, either there aren't any good women out here or there aren't any good men out here.
Let me remind you, that's what the Black Manosphere does, is constantly complain. If they're not, there's shame, blame, and explain. Where did that term come from?
Then you need to find out, how do you get that if that's what you want? If you're a man and you're looking for a good woman, baby, you need to go and find out where you're going wrong at.
Jalen says this, DJ Torch and Friends Live Network, finally doing a soul live about time. Don't forget to pull up tomorrow. Number one, tomorrow is a day off because it is Father's Day, right? That's for fathers, right? Firstly, secondly, I don't know if you've really looked back in the stacks of my videos, but I do solos. But let me tell you this. The ladies who come up to the stage, they have skills. They have talent. They have information. They have knowledge beyond me. I mean, that's why Jalen, most of your guys get sent out of the chat. I mean, not out of the chat, but they leave the chat, or they leave the panel with their tail between their legs, because they tried to match wit with some of the most intelligent women on YouTube. That's why. I mean, and that's why they're mad. But let me keep going. I got a lot of tape here and I need to get through it.
Because constantly complaining about the women are horrible and it is not going to get you the outcome. Vice versa for the women. If you're constantly out here, all these men is dusty and it has nothing to do with me.
Facts. Dee Dee, facts.
then you're sadly mistaken, because it has everything to do with you too. But you haven't figured it out yet. So that takes some accountability and understanding yourself and understanding, hey, maybe there's some
She's
things
talking facts. She's talking facts. She's not living those facts. Because it's clear what kind of, channel she runs, the genre it's in. And I even grade these channels on how far in a certain genre they are. And she's pretty deep. It's not like I understand that from time to time. I don't watch her enough to know what she does on every show, but I do know that from every time I look on the show, it's deep on the man's side of the genre, which is fine. That's where you want to, make your money. That's where you want to make your money. That's all good. Here we go.
I need to work on and change. I hate to keep saying this, but 20 plus years married, and I still have to work on myself. I don't think we ever stop working on ourselves, honestly. I think we get better and we do better, but there's always something that you can learn. If you
Facts. Oh my God, she's loading up facts. Oh man, let me tell you something. Breakfast at DeeDee's is a very interesting place, but she is talking facts. I am not being sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic.
if you to a point where you don't think that you can ever learn anything, to me, I think that's a red flag. I think that it's important for people to understand that you're constantly learning. Just because you're an adult and you're successful financially and you have everything together, it doesn't mean that you can't learn something. I learned something.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Jalen says this. Okay, on a neutral platform, DJ Torch and Friends Live Network, we will have that conversation. Sounds good. But Jalen, you don't have a platform, and I don't know what platform you're talking about. The platforms that you're on aren't neutral, so I don't even know why you're bringing that up. But let's keep it going.
New every day, whether it's major or something small. So you got to always be open for growth and learning. You know what I'm saying? And learning.
Right. I agree with that. Tomas is in the house. Pax is in the house. Act Natural Under Pressure is in the house. Jalen is in the house. Bridget's in the house. I'm so glad you people are here. Even Chester. Let's keep it going.
You're always open to learning. You're always learning new things. But the minute you close your mind and think, hey, I got it all together, I know it all, that's a problem. Because that means you're not receptive.
Okay, let me go ahead and drop the link. I may need to run solo rants here and there, but for the most part, I think it's important I start getting other people's opinion about what she's saying. And if you'd like to come up, feel free to do so. If not, that's okay. Let's just keep this going.
Are open to other, especially the people important to you, their points of views, especially when you're in a relationship. That's just my take on that.
Mm-hmm.
But back to the whole black men don't protect black women is BS. As you see it.
There's an argument to be made. Let's put it that way. Basically, black women are the least protected women on the earth. On the earth. So one could make that argument.
It all the time. Black men protecting a black woman, but then the woman goes and do her own thing anyway. That's the whole point when you hear a lot of women talking about, oh man, these men aren't capable of leading. And I will say,
yeah, and folks, you're gonna see my proof. You're gonna see, Dee Dee, you're gonna see some evidence right in front of your face how a black woman can make that argument.
Some of them aren't. Just to keep it honest.
Okay,
Some of them
remember
are.
this now. And I didn't make up these stats. You can look these up. Unfortunately, 30% of the black male population is incarcerated. 50% have been in jail. So technically, if you want to look at the cold hard truth or proof, black women who already outnumber black men have 50% men that might be good. And then that's not counting all the ones that are have some type of disorder or are LGBT or other issues or don't even like black women, which is totally their option. Totally their option. All things matter. She's boring, just like Ches Charday and Courtney Michelle. I mean, hey, but people say I'm boring too, so I can't say anything. But I do agree. I think I'm going to fast forward this. Let's see what else she says here.
Aren't capable of. I think they're capable of doing it, but a lot of them weren't good at it. Let's just say it like that. I think men are capable of leading, but I don't think they're all good at it, and I don't think they all know how to do it.
No, I disagree. I think there's some men that are simply not capable of leading, where even if they knew they wouldn't do, I mean, they just simply don't have it in them. And this goes for all men, not just black men, all men. There's just some that are just not capable of leading, period, whether it's men or women.
On top of that, if you have women who don't want to follow, I mean, you can't drag a person to follow you. You can't make them do it. So on top of that, you got to have women who are open and ready to follow his lead.
That is the problem. The little things follow his lead. The problem is what lead to do the remaining 50% of black men have for the African American women. What lead are you talking about? Because if you go lead on stats on social issues or crime or even promiscuity, black men are blowing black women out of the water. So what leadership are black women going to get from black men if we are blowing them out of water in negative aspects of leadership?
So for the men who are leaders, where are the women following?
Very good point. For the men that are leaders,
typically the ones who have that type of dynamic or relationship, they're already in it. They're already married. They already have their stuff situated. But for the ones who are out here still looking, well, you can't constantly say, oh, I need a man to lead.
First, the thing is that we have to understand that all races are having, issues finding the right one, it's always been that way. So she's kind of like describing a situation that's not exclusive to us. And we just happen to be near at the bottom when it comes to this situation. But we will find out soon why.
Not willing to follow. So it's a lot that we have to work on as a group of individuals. There are a lot of men who feel like this whole protect black women, they're moving away from that because they have other obligations and responsibilities to where they.
By the stats, black men moved away from protecting black women a pretty long time ago.
Where they are expected and to protect their wives, their children, their family members, not just random people. That's the consensus of a lot of men, where they feel like they're not going to jump into a situation where they don't fully know what's going on because their life could be in jeopardy. And
that's a good argument right there. But I don't think any you can't take a one-off video like you played and then say it happens all the time just to black men. This is believe it or not, this situation happens less than road rage situations where people are deleted. Oh no, I won't say that. But you could throw road rage in there. You could throw some other things, arguments in there. Black men, unfortunately, black men, that is our biggest problem we need to solve, is we have no problem hitting that backspace on each other. We have no problem with that. We have no problem with that. Yet, do other cultures do that? Yes, they do, of course. But we do it too much. We do it too much. In the house, Cyber Dreams. In the house, Tiff. In the house, Tomas. In the house, all things Netta, Jean. I'm going to fast forward this because you guys deserve to get to the good part. And the good part is coming up right. Let's start it right here.
I say all the time, we got to look at it on both sides. There are
I like the both sides argument. I like it. DJ Torch is on point, is on board with the two sides argument. Let's keep going.
Men, there's some screwed up women. The majority of them were raised by single mothers. So we can't have a bunch of perfect women and a bunch of imperfect men.
Right. I agree. But see, again, I never agreed with your perfect theory. I'm older than you much. And I've never run across a woman telling me she was perfect. I just can't. Well, I can't say never. Let's say I forgot somebody. But let's put it this way. It's not like, every 3 women say they're perfect. I wouldn't even say it was every 300. It might not even be every 3,000. So the perfection argument is the problem I have, is because you're justifying a certain level of anxiety that men have with something that's not really that true.
We got to know that if there are men out here who got issues, which they do, that the women do as well. So we got to stop.
Right. Here it is. Tiff broke it down like this. They told black women if we wore makeup, lashes, extensions, skirts higher than our knees, darker than a paper bag, that they wouldn't protect us. Boom.
Finger and get to the root of the problem to fix it. So as long as there's this war against you wrong, y'all wrong, I'm wrong, y'all just this, y'all ain't that, you're gonna always have an issue, because there's one group, which is the women, who feel superior to the men and think that they do no harm, and they don't. I know.
I don't agree. I just don't agree. It's weird that she's making this argument, since she obviously doesn't agree with it, and she's obviously a woman, and she doesn't feel that way. So what is she saying?
Women who are deadbeat mothers, didn't raise those kids. Those children don't even know them. They were on drugs. Those children were living from pillar to post. It's
hard for a mother to be a deadbeat mother, because they're taking care of the kids most of the time, 90% of the time, as you will find out. So let's keep this going.
This stuff happens. It's a dysfunctional.
Everything shit happens, but you're trying to make it as an argument, as a crisis. Every culture of women, there are going to be some deadbeat women. But the problem, what you're not saying to everybody, is the percentage of deadbeat women versus percentage of deadbeat men is small, very small. Because 9 times out of 10, the woman has the kids. You can't be a deadbeat if you're in front of the kids. You can be a bad mom. You can be a struggling mom. You can be a good mom. You can be a great mom. You can be an amazing mom. But you can't be a deadbeat if you're with the kid. Now, is there out of a billion things some mother that let their child starve to death? Maybe. But that you can't even really count that. That's like, something, I guarantee you, I can throw a touchdown in the NFL if you give me 5,000 tries at it. Does that make me a quarterback?
You. And then that's why when I see, look, and I'm about holding each side accountable, but when your experience is
I don't know. Like I said again, your channel, the genre, the space, that's not where you are. You're really not in the hold both people accountable space, really. But let's keep going.
Experience and what you've seen, you can't erase. So you
Sounds good though.
what's out there. And just like everybody have their own
So
individual
I've heard
experiences.
enough of the diatribe. Let's get to the good stuff. Okay, go back. Go back.
It happens.
Go back.
Be any other way. It just wouldn't be any other
way. Okay.
Shitty moms and shitty dads.
Okay.
Why there's such a narrative. And I like what lead attorney said. Hey, if we have shitty moms.
Is that the lead attorney who was divorced 2 or 3 times? And didn't even date black women, which these men are talking about. So let's keep going.
And shitty dads. Why it be any other way? It just wouldn't be realistic if it wasn't. I'm just saying. It's insane to me. Why there's such a narrative. And I like what lead attorney said. Hey, if we have shitty moms and shitty dads.
Lead attorney is not really a good example, Dee Dee. He really isn't.
Why is it that 90% of the women are getting custody of these children? When a lot of these women are not fit to be mothers, a lot of these women are horrible parents. They're neglecting their kids. It happens, but we're supposed to turn a blind eye to that and act like it doesn't happen. It's just insane to me. So that's why I say, listen, it goes both ways. You got to look at both sides. You can't just look at women and, because that's what's happening in our society. Women are being pacified. They're just given, the room.
I don't see that happening. Which women is she talking about? If she's talking about black women, that's absolutely not true. It's just not true. I mean, if she's talking in the general sense of women in general, you can make that argument in other groups of women, but you can't make that argument with black women by the stats.
Continue to act in their insane mentality is what I would say, because it's a lot of mental issues that have not been resolved. And it's just like the woman said, and I gravitated to that clip because it's something that I resonate with. It's like a lot of these women were not fit to be mothers, but they were able to be mothers anyway. And then they can turn around and just blame the man for all of the things that they had to go through, all of their insecurities, everything that's wrong with them. Oh, it's his fault. We can't keep operating like that. We really can't. We really cannot. Trey Ferg, what's going on, Mr. Trey Ferg? What's going on, Bobby? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hey, what's up?
Hi, Dee Dee. How you doing? Good morning, Palmer. Trey,
Alex?
Bobby.
Okay, so keep it close here now. This is where it gets juicy. Here we go.
Yeah,
good afternoon. How you doing every day?
Good. Trey, what's your thoughts on this topic?
Oh my God. It just, when I hear stuff like this, it just takes me back when I was working in foster care in Illinois. A lot of these women.
Okay, hold on. While he's borging, I like to kick a shout out to Cyber Dreams in the house, Bridget Mouton in the house, A Lady in the house, Bridget Mouton in the house, Elegant Housewife in the house, Tiff in the house, Char Willie in the house. Let's keep it going.
I guarantee. Some of these women, they have children early, 15, 16, 17.
This is important. Listen.
Okay. A lot of these mothers that claim are narcissists, what they did while they was trying to hit the club and find a new baby daddy, a lot of these mothers were babysitters.
So he himself is making it clear that these older men, excuse me, sorry. These older men are getting with literally adolescents. Let me repeat it. He's telling us, this is what he's doing, is telling us the history of the dysfunction. He doesn't know he is. We'll probably want to take this back, but check this out. He just said, no, let him tell you again.
No. Some of these women, they have children early, 15, 16, 17.
Some of these women, actually it's quite a bit, have children early, 15, 16, 17. Really, it's painfully, it's 14, 15, 16, 17. And historically, it wasn't by like their high school boyfriend or anything. It's by older men. Men that are actually men, not other kids.
Okay. A lot of these mothers that claim are narcissists, what they did, while they was trying to hit the club and find a new baby daddy, a lot of these mothers were babysitters. So I've seen it where mothers decided, you know what, I'm not watching your children. Now you're a bad mama. Now you this, now you that, because you don't have that luxury of an unpaid babysitter. And you just, now it's the mama's fault. At first it was the baby daddy fault, when really it wasn't a relationship. It was just two people hooking up for the most part. And now the daddy's not in the way. The baby looks like exactly like the daddy. So now she don't like the baby because the baby looked like the daddy and not her. And then a lot of—
He just lied. He just straight up lied right there. I mean, it may hurt her to see, especially if she was in a, if the daddy was abusive. You could make that argument, but women love their kids more than men love their kids. And if you don't believe me, if you remember the Holcomb video about if he didn't love you, he doesn't love your kids. Remember that one? He's red pill too. So y'all got to get your story together. Here we go.
These, I guess, undiagnosed illnesses start coming into play when a lot of these children grow up. A lot of these mothers sacrifice their child early, put them on medication, say they got all of this behavior problems, when really we know
Black women, let's just be specific because that's who he's talking about. You can't put your child on medication. A doctor does that. They may have to accept it because they're believing in the system. Father ain't around, or even if the father's around, he might agree. So, but you noticed how you know whose plate they're putting this on, right? Let's keep going.
Oh, you need to be active as a child. That's what's come into play over the last 25, 30 years. Now your son is 6'9", wearing a size 15. He's out of control. The daddy wasn't never in the picture. The mama decided to stop being a free babysitter. Now you realizing how
that is impossible because the child lived with the mother, right? I mean, you guys are the ones complaining about the mother having custody. She can't. A babysitter is present around the child. This guy is making it sound like she's got like a 600-foot leash and she's on her kid and she's ignoring the kid. Now she may have not. In some instances, she may have not been doing a bang-up job trying to raise a child, but to make it sound like she's not a free babysitter is disingenuous, Trey.
difficult it is to do that on your own. So you're going to blame somebody. You're not going to blame yourself. You're going to blame somebody regardless of the choices and decisions that you make. And I think that's where men, can't get that leverage, because men of color are going to take the blame. for everything regarding our races, lack of decision making, lack of anything. It's going to be placed on us men. But then there's also,
well, you have to understand we do have a history of bad decision making. It's I'm not saying all of us do, of course not, right? But the stats are we are not as good of decision makers when the rubber hits the road than black women are. And you're like, oh man, if I would have said that in this chat, they would have went off. Because but think about it. Whether there are more black women than there are black men, but there are more black men that are incarcerated and have a criminal record than black women. A lot more. It's not even close. So you can, by logic, you can only say that black women were making more logical decisions when it came down to it. That's all you can say. Now they might have picked the wrong guy. They might have picked, not have gotten the right, diapers. But as far as when the rubber hits the road and when you need to make that decision, black women are not outperformed black men. I know it hurts, fellas. I know it hurts, but you just got to look at the numbers. There's nothing you can say about that. Are we capable of making better decisions? Absolutely. Absolutely, we are. Can we make great decisions? We have black men, scientists, geniuses. We have black men that are amazing. We just don't have enough. Remember now, half of us, 30% of us are not even in the market. We can't be in the market. The other half, 50% of us, which means that 20% more, well, we've had our squabbles and troubles with the law, and we need to fix that. It ain't the same with black women. Half of black women have not been to jail. For some reason, when the rubber hits the road, black women make the right decision that keeps them out of peril. There are a lot of black women who don't, but percentage-wise, if we're gonna put apples and oranges together, black women are blowing black men out when it comes to decision making as it pertains to survival, which is a big deal.
Also, so many dynamics put in place for us. You can go back generation after generation. There's always been things put in place to keep us secondhand nature. But for us men,
he usually speaks better than this. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he's had a few. I don't know. But Trey is usually a little bit more articulate than this.
This is just part of what's going on. They're going to exemplify a lot of these behaviors that are unworthy of being a man. And I mentioned this the other day, of being a leader. They don't understand what the qualifications are. And even the women, they don't understand the qualifications are because they've never been led. They've been allowed to just be free willy-nilly. Now you're an adult and you see like, oh.
How did that happen, Trey? How did they become free willy-nilly? Because they weren't led. Why weren't they led? Because there was no fathers around? And so whose fault is that?
I'm reaping the consequences of this wild, undisciplined behavior. So, it just goes on and on. It just goes on and on. I'm mute.
Bobby, gotcha. Bobby, you want to chime in?
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. As far as the, first stuff that I heard you say about black men not protecting black women and all this stuff, something I've noticed that, of course, not all, but a narrative that gets pushed around almost as a guilt trip as far as the whole black men not protecting black women. It almost comes off as if black men, quote unquote, owe black women because of you know, like what you guys were saying about child custody and how most of the time it's usually, you know, if a black person is raised in a single parent household, usually it's the mother that has custody.
Okay, so basically,
so it's like, oh well, you guys owe us because of that, or if a black man gets deleted.
I could be 3 times as old as this guy for all I know, at least twice. Let's say twice. He looks like he's in his third twice. So I've never run across any statement from a woman saying that in general, black women are owed this from black men. So since he's not stating a source where he got this information from, I'm going to go by what I'm saying and call him BS on this. But let's see what else he has to say.
In the street, whether it's a cop or another civilian or what have you, you'll see black women protest in the streets, and they'll use these as examples of black women protecting black men. So it's like, oh, in return, y'all got to protect us the way that we, quote unquote, the way that black women say that they should be protected.
I have never heard, there's 2 weird things in this, and oh man, Jim and I would jump on this. First of all, ladies, you heard it from Bobby. Don't march for black men. Bobby is telling you, don't march for black men. Let me repeat this. You got to hear this over again, because this is probably one of the most important parts of this video. Let me play it back.
Street, whether it's a cop or another civilian or what have you, you'll see black women protest in the streets, and they'll use these as examples of black women protecting black men. So it's like, oh, in return, y'all got to protect us the way that we, quote unquote, the way that black women say that they should be protected. But nobody ever asked black men, well, how do we want to be, quote unquote, protected by black women? We didn't ask black women to protest in the streets after a black man is deleted, which he.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, Bobby says don't protest and get laws changed to protect them. Bobby is telling you, do not, they don't appreciate it. Jim and I said this so many times, don't go to the side, don't go to the pavement for them, because they don't appreciate it. And here is the proof. Here's the proof. So yeah, Bridget, exactly. No, so you don't, ladies, you don't have to take bullets for these men. That's what he's saying. He doesn't want that kind of protection. He doesn't want you to vote into laws that will protect black men and make their life better. He doesn't want you to. You hear it right here. Chester, are you here? I want to get your opinion on this verbally, if you're here. Fellas, I want you to come down here. I want you to come down to the room and come up onto the stage. If you don't, it's okay. I'll just go ahead and make my opinion since y'all ain't here, right? But you heard it from Bobby. I need to play that one more time, damn it. One more time.
Examples of black women protecting black men. So it's like, oh, in return, y'all got to protect us the way that we, quote unquote, the way that we're saying about child custody, and how most of the time it's usually, you know, if a black person is raised in a single parent household, usually it's the mother that has custody. So it's like, oh, well, you guys owe us because of that. Or if a black man.
I've never heard that ever. I've never heard a black woman make that statement. You do owe black women because you guys would be dead by now. There are black women that have in history who have saved. I don't know who was the leader of the Underground Railroad, bro. Right now, you might not even be here because of the work that black women did in the past. So, yeah. And it could be vice versa for black women as well. But right now, you're making kind of a weird statement. Let's keep it going. I don't know about you, but if a black woman wants to march for me, I have no problem with that. Because that is going to protect me. I don't want to have to worry about when if I get pulled over, I'm toast. But you can do whatever your dumb ass wants to do, Bobby. Let's see what else Bobby got to say.
Man gets deleted in the street, whether it's a cop or another civilian or what have you, you'll see black women protest in the streets, and they'll use these as examples of black women protecting black men. So it's
black men. Every other race, women aren't. This conversation is not even happening. First of all, this is the weird part. This conversation isn't even happening in other races. Why are you bringing up that a woman has to protect a man? All the way back from caveman days, the man always protected the woman, and that's just the way it was. Now you're asking, not only are you asking for protection, but you're asking for specific protection in the way that you want it. Even though, how is a woman protecting you? You haven't even said how you want to be protected. You just complaining about, you just don't like the protection you're getting. Because that's what you're saying.
In return, y'all got to protect us the way that we, quote unquote, the way that black women say that they should be protected. But nobody ever asked black men, well, how do we want to be, quote unquote, protected by black women? We didn't
see that statement right there. He can't even, is a lie. It's a bald-faced lie, because he did not present, nor did he explain where he got that information from. I'm going to always supersede him because I'm twice as old as him, and I have a much larger cross-section of individuals in life to tell whether a person's complaint is on point or not. And I'm saying that I call BS on this. Feisty Black Tina is in the house. Let's keep it going.
Didn't ask black women to protest in the streets after a black man is deleted, which he can't. He's not receiving any of that protection. We didn't ask for the single parent, household statistics. We didn't ask.
Wow, did you hear this? Man. Okay, Bobby, be careful what you wish for. I'm going to promote. Bobby, I am going to soundbite this, Bobby, and take it to all the women's rights, channels, and make it clear that you speak for all black men and that you don't want black women to protect you. That's basically what you're saying. Because what, you think black women are what? What do you want them to do for you? What, turn into Superwoman and lift up tall buildings, jump up tall buildings in a single bound? What?
Ask for courts to be biased and give women more of a chance to have custody, whether they're the more suitable parent.
Oh man, well, let me play a little bit more.
Or not. Black men and black boys didn't ask for these things.
Okay. Let me go. Wait, is this the right one? Yeah, this is Breakfast and DeeDee's. Okay. Let me get past those. Let me go to this one.
Selling Petty Bay hoodies. Because I'm telling you, I couldn't have had a kid by one of these guys because I'm petty like that. He would
this is a lie.
Outside.
Okay, let me move it back a little bit.
Outside.
Move it back a little bit more. Okay, I need to get a new mouse. Okay, I think this is it.
Stop it. Y'all
Let me go back a little bit more.
agree for the mother.
Their extracurricular activities to include their uniforms, to include the game, away games, everything. He also bought furniture.
Let me speed this up a little bit. Number one, let me get the quality up on this. Number one,
Furniture. He made sure they had the smallest essentials, from their feminine care all the way to everything else. Every month, he was doing those things in addition to paying child support. I've not heard of a man doing anything close to that.
Yeah,
and that's the way it should be.
Exactly. I mean, I can understand somebody going to child support just to make sure they're not getting reamed. If you see what I'm saying. What I mean is that that somebody is being extra. The woman is asking for extra. But other than that, you may want to stay away. Start adding up how much when you want to go out and have adult night somewhere. You might want to add up that babysitting price because it ain't cheap.
I'm gonna start selling petty bay hoodies because I'm telling you, I couldn't have had a kid by one of these guys because I'm petty like that. He would got a bill at the end of every month.
I hear that. Petty babe. I hear that. All right, let's go to the next one, y'all. Here we go.
Can y'all stop lying on Blue Ivy's internet? All y'all got to do is y'all swear y'all don't know how to use Google. All you have to do is look it up. In 51% of child custody cases, both parents agree for the mother to be the custodial parent. Y'all don't want y'all kids because how y'all gonna chase ass if y'all got kids sitting at home that y'all gotta feed? Y'all value vaginas over anything else in this world. Y'all value it over y'all jobs, y'all careers in sports, y'all kids, the wives y'all claim to be married to all up in my comment section. So just stop it. Y'all value vaginas more than anything on this planet. And that
Mercy's in the house.
Include your kids. Okay. I posted another stat that said 91% of cases for child custody are settled outside of court, which means the judge ain't rewarding nothing. Y'all are giving these kids to these mothers because y'all don't want to be bothered.
Boom. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. Let me play that over again. Play that over again. Damn, I sound good tonight. Play that over again. DJ, play that jam again. Damn, I sound good.
Understand somebody going to child support just to make sure they're not getting reamed. If you see what I'm saying. What I mean is that.
Can y'all stop lying on Blue Ivy's internet? All y'all got to do is y'all swear y'all don't know how to use Google. All you have to do is look it up. In 51% of child custody cases, both parents agree for the mother to be the custodial parent. Y'all don't want y'all kids because how y'all gonna chase ass if y'all got kids sitting at home that y'all gotta feed? Y'all value vaginas over anything else in this world. Y'all value it over y'all jobs, y'all careers in sports, y'all kids, the wives y'all claim to be married to all up in my comment section. So just stop it. Y'all value vaginas more than anything on this planet, and that includes your kids. Okay. I posted another stat that said 91% of cases for child custody are settled outside of court, which means the judge ain't rewarding nothing. Y'all are giving these kids to these mothers because y'all don't want to be bothered.
There it is once again. So Bobby, you're looking kind of Bobby. Where'd Bobby go? Bobby, where'd you go, Bobby? Let's hear Bobby, where'd you go?
Any of that protection. We didn't ask for the single parents were saying about child custody and how most of the time it's usually, if a black person is raised in a single parent household, usually it's the mother that has custody. So it's like, oh well, you guys owe us because of that. Or if
Bobby, this I'm telling you, your statement's not gonna age. And you know something? It didn't age well. It didn't age well, Bobby. Bobby, you and your boys, they're signing that paper. Please take my kid. I agree. Take the bundle of joy. Take the bundle of joy. I got where the 304s at? A perfect example. Listen to this, folks. Listen to this. Remember Passport Nate? The guy who got in that big argument with some hookers over the price of sex? He had a bundle of joy at home. Babies are expensive. He had a girl at home too. I guess she signed off on that. He still went. He still left the home. So, anybody who thinks what Bobby just said is full of crap, put FOS in the chat. Just type FOS. Here we go.
A black man gets deleted in the street, whether it's a cop or another civilian or what have you, you'll see black women protest in the streets. And they'll use these as examples of black women protecting black men. So it's like, oh, in return, y'all.
So black women get laws changed to protect black men, and you're like, excuse my language, is fuck you. That's basically what you're saying, Bobby. This is the pathology that Cynthia G was talking about. Even when people are doing big things for you, you're unappreciative. You're inconsiderate.
All got to protect us the way that we, quote unquote, the way that black women say that they should be protected, but nobody ever asks black men, well, how do we want to be, quote unquote, protected by black women?
If black men use their actions, if we use our actions to prove the way that we want to be protected, it would be sex. It would. I mean, because what else?
We didn't ask black women to protest in the streets after a black man is deleted, which he's not receiving any of that.
That's not true, actually. It's not true, but I'll take it as your sentiment, but it's not true. And I'll tell you why. When a black man gets deleted unfairly, it's usually there are good black leaders in some churches that say they tell the church, please, you know, we're going to set up a protest or a walk or a something. And these are men, by the way, doing this. Would you men and women please join us in this walk? So technically Bobby is lying. He's giving you his opinion, which you have a right to say your opinion, but you don't have a right to misguide people into thinking your opinion is from all of us. So that was a lie. It was a blatant lie. You can go on the news and type in, you know, this person here was deleted by, you know, some unfair reason, you know, police scuffle, whatever you want to call it. And I guarantee you not, at least 50% of the time, it's a black man asking black men and black women to protest. Right there, Bobby's argument is destroyed. Bobby, you can go ahead and sit down. But I'll still let you talk a little bit more because you're fun.
Protection. We didn't ask for the single parent, you know, household statistics. We didn't ask for courts to be.
Who's asking for single parent household statistics in the first place? I wish these guys were more articulate. They're embarrassing me.
Biased and give women more of a chance to have custody, whether they're the more suitable parent or not. We didn't. Black men.
We just heard again, just to make sure it's clear. He's blaming the courts that he believes that the women voted for, okay, with Caucasian judges, by the way, okay, that basically that it's your fault that the courts are giving the custody to the child, even though we just heard from a piece of my mind breaking it down that this fool here probably signed off on it, agreed to give custody. 90% of you, Bobby, 90% of our fellas agreed to do that. You big dummy. Big dummy. Big dummy. That's going to be another soundbite. You need to read more.
And black boys didn't ask for these things, but that'll get used
Black
as an
boys can't ask because they're black boys. Black men, yes. But black men did ask. So I'm just cleaning that up. Let me just keep it going.
excuse to say, oh, well, black men don't protect us as much as black women, are protecting black men, which is not true, as we see, black men are the most involved fathers in the country.
Uh-oh, Bobby, you're digging a hole for yourself. I'm going back, everybody, I'm going back into the stacks of wax. Y'all, if y'all been here long enough, I'm going back in them stacks of wax. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me go back all the deletions of, okay, that's the welfare excuse. I'm not there yet. Why didn't these line up right? Okay, so it's going to take me a little bit longer. Let me go here. Back welfare. And no. Is this it? Where am I? Where am I? Okay, that's coming up. Let me go back up here. Let me see if this was it. This must have been it. Wait, let me see what he said. Oops. Sorry for the stall, but I got to do some things here. Let me get this back up. Okay. Let me go back here for a minute.
As an excuse to say, oh, well, black men don't protect us as much as black women, are protecting black men, which is not true, as we see, black men are the most involved fathers in the country.
That's what it most involved. God, doggone it. I know it's in here. Here we go.
Okay, so by now.
Oh, wait a minute. A piece of my mind. Thank you for breaking it down for these fools. Everybody, if you have not liked and subscribed to her channel, you should.
Everybody has heard about the CDC research that was done, that black men are going around using that as their saving grace to prove to everybody that they are excellent fathers and they are the most involved fathers of any other demographic, boo-boo. So your girl is going to always come with receipts and give you a piece of my mind.
And that's why we love you.
I found the original report, and we're going to have a look over what they used to determine that black men were the most involved fathers of any other demographic. So let's get started. So this is the original article that we have right here. And you can see the article was put out on December 30th of 2013, which was roughly 10 years ago. So you can see
if you look at this, looks like receipts to me.
The CDC down here, and it says National Health Statistic Reports fathers' involvement with their children, United States. So they basically collected data from 2006 to 2010. So let's zoom in and see what the fuck was actually said, because these people they're pathological liars. And any glimpse of spotlight that they get in a positive light, they're going to try and show everybody their highlight reels, and they're going to show everybody our failure reels. So let's see what this report actually said. So this is the abstract of the report, and it says that the objective of the report was to measure fathers' involvement with their children. Fathers' involvement show how often men participated in a set of activities in the last 4 weeks with children who were living with them, age 0 to 4, and children age 5 to 18. Increased involvement of fathers in their children's lives have been associated with range of positive outcomes for their children. So we already know it's a lie or something's going on with the studies to begin with, because just look at the Black community. But let's continue. So it says the method that they used to collect the data. Now, this is where it gets interesting. It says the analysis presented in this report are based on a nationally representative sample of 10,403 men aged 15 to 44 years old in a household population of the United States. The father involvement measures are based on 2,200 fathers of children under age 5, 1,790 who lived with their children, and 410 who lived apart from their children, and on 3,166 fathers of children aged 5 to 19, 2,091 who lived with their children, and 1,075 who lived apart from their children. So that's the first thing. So it said that the sample size was taken from 10,000 men. It didn't say it was taken from 10,000 Black men. So I would say, considering that this study consists of Black men, white men, and Hispanic men, let's just cut it down in 3 halves and just say, so this sample size was about 3,000 men. Now they're on here saying that only 2.9 million of them are fathers to begin with. So only 3,000 of them are actually engaged according to this study. But of course, they don't tell you that when they're on here telling you, oh, we the most involved fathers. So then it says men were asked about activities they did with their co-residential and with their non-residential children for 2 broad age groups: preschool age children under 5 and school age children age 5 to 18, in order to ask age appropriate questions. The questions and activities that a man engaged in with his children were summary measures asked generally about all of his co-residential and all of his non-residential children in the age groups. So you guys can pause to read the rest of this. I just want you to understand what the gist of what this data was and what they were asking these men, and how Black men came to be the most involved fathers. So these were some of the tasks that they asked the men, that they graded them on to determine their involvement. Like, how often did you bathe, dress, or use the toilet themselves? How often did you play with the children? How often did you read to them? How often were you talking to the children about things that happened during their day, eating meals together, helping the children with homework, taking the children to and from activities? And then men were asked how frequently they did each activity in the last 4 weeks. They were given a show card and asked to select one of the following options: not at all, less than 1 week, about once a week, several times a week, every day, at least once a day. So then these were the results. It said variation by Hispanic origin and race was seen of the percentages. Specifically, Hispanic fathers were less likely to eat meals with their children every day, which was 64%, than non-Hispanic white, 74% Black. So this is where they're gloating about, oh, we the most involved fathers because they sat down and ate dinner with their kids. Now, this is where it gets interesting. It says that a large percentage of older fathers had not played with their non-residential children, compared with the younger fathers. 47% of fathers aged 35 to 44 and 40% of fathers aged 25 to 34 had not played with their children at all in the last 4 weeks. This compares with 22% of fathers aged 15 to 24. Now, I thought this was interesting because, you know, most older men prefer to date younger women. And this study is saying that those older men who are marrying these younger women and getting them pregnant are not involved or engaged fathers. So they're literally just becoming fathers and are acting more as nannies than fathers. And then here it says a higher percentage of Hispanic fathers aged 15 to 44, 50%, had not played with the non-residential children in the last 4 weeks, compared with white 30% and blacks 25%. So that's another thing that they're saying, oh, I played with my kids more than 4 times a week. So this makes me an engaged father, one of the best fathers in the world. And then it says the differences by age that were found suggest that older fathers may be less involved than fathers aged 15 to 44 in their children's lives, especially fathers with non-co-residential children aged 0 to 4. If we scroll down here, it says, for example, like right here, for example, if a man lived with a 6-month-old baby and a 3-year-old child, and he spent more time with the child than the baby, it is not possible to know whether where he averaged the same time spent with each child or answered the questions in regards to just one. So that's the data. They played with their kids, they ate a meal with them, and maybe had a conversation with them. And based off the data, being that it's over 20 million Black men and they only surveyed about 3,000 of them, then that means that about 0.15% of Black men was surveyed. So that is why, as a chemist,
0.15% of Black men were surveyed.
I have an issue with people regurgitating stats and they're not looking into the context. They're not looking into sample size. They're not looking at the details of why. They don't look at the why behind the data that they regurgitate. And instead, you'll see shit like this. You'll see the highlight reel of it. CDC reports fathers, Black dads are the most involved. Woo! But they're not going to tell you in this report or this article that 0.015% of Black fathers.
Wait a minute, it's 0.015. That's a big deal. 0.015 Black men are involved. Out of, you see my point.
Fathers were surveyed, and they basically got a gold star, a participation trophy for playing with their children, maybe reading them a book, and some other bullshit. So I'm like, no, you're not getting off this easy. We're going to break down what the fuck was actually said in that study. So the next time you see them saying that, just politely, ask them, then if that is really the case, then why are they constantly blaming Black mothers for everything that's wrong in the Black community? So this is their spiel. They blame Black mothers for everything that's wrong in the Black community, but they're also the most involved fathers, but then they're also the most fatherless men. So all three are true based off what conversation you're holding with them. They pull up which stat is going to fit whichever narrative based off the conversation that you're having. So all of it is bullshit. It's absolutely ridiculous. And instead of them just doing better, they rather post a bunch of falsified reports and data to make it look like they're doing their job when they're not. Because if they were, the Black community would actually be safe.
Boom. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you know, breakfast at DeeDee's is quite a place to be. You know what I mean? Let's get back into it. Let's see what else he's gonna say.
Custody, whether they're the more suitable parent or not. Black men and Black boys didn't ask for these things, but that'll get used as an excuse.
Again, he's lying. He's lying. He should say, this is my opinion. I feel Black men and Black boys didn't ask for blah, blah, blah for these things. And yeah, what all these men need to do is just do better as a human being and focus on building yourself and then finding the right woman. All you need is one. Notice how they're talking about a whole group of women and not focusing on just the one for them. which I don't think there's a one for them because they're not ready.
Used to say, oh, well, black men don't protect us as much as black women, you know, are protecting black men, which is not true, as we
Nobody ever said that. We see, maybe he got this from somebody that he listened to, but he's being a little bit too specific.
see, you know, black men are the most involved fathers in the country, as we see.
A piece of my mind just blew his argument out of the water. Quite honestly, I don't mind black men trying to use this as an argument. You know, to maybe use the argument which is misleading to counteract other misleading arguments made by non-black men. Yeah, I'm all for it, because if other media outlets and other biased, you know, internet rags are saying that black men are terrible fathers, and fine, use this 1%, 0.0001, whatever percent, and go at it. But don't use this against black women. That's all I'm saying. So if you want to throw it up there, fine. I mean, it's up there. It's on, you know, it's funny because here where I stay, they always have this number one club, you know, in the city. And it's not the number one club. It's just, but they promote it so people will believe it. It's probably, you know, it's given some kind of justification from three guys or something like that. Anyway, let's keep it going. In the house, Henry Mars. In the house, Tiff. In the house, Quita Ward. In the house, Act Natural Under Pressure. In the house, Tiff. In the house, Melanated Vessel. I think there's one more person I missed. Oh, Dawn Harden and Mercy Me is in the house as well. Let's keep this going.
The black men are risking their lives not only for black women in their family or black women that they're married to, but just random black women. We see this.
See what he's about to say. He's going to say it happens all the time, and it doesn't. Black men try to save other black men more than they do black women.
Time and time again, but none of this stuff.
You just lied, bald-faced lie. Bobby's good for lying. Let me get up here. The stats bear it out. Bobby, read stats. Don't make opinions.
Gets brought up. It's always black men don't protect us, which in my opinion is really just black men don't give black women excuses for their bad behaviors.
Wait a minute. When black women say you don't protect us, they're saying you don't protect us. That's what they mean. Now, see, he likes it. He likes us to just shoot from the hip, you know. Bobby. I mean, he's thinking this. He must be a black woman because it's coming from his own mind.
Anymore. In my opinion, that's really what they mean. Black women in their family or black women that they're married to, but just random black women. We see this time and time again, but none of this stuff gets brought up. It's always black men don't protect us, which in my opinion is really just black men don't give black women excuses for their bad behaviors anymore.
How do those even go together? Let's see what he says.
In my opinion, that's really what they mean. Is every time black women do things that society at large, including black men, deem you know, not necessary or bad behavior, and it gets called out, it's like, oh, why aren't y'all protecting us?
I've never heard that in my life. You know, I think really he needs to tune into Gemini's live yesterday about homosexual men, because he sounds like he's a prime candidate. I'm not saying he is. No, it's not yeah. You know what I mean? Not homosexual. No, I'm not calling him gay. No. Sugar Bomb, welcome to the chat. So, but no, he's basically just dropping. Some people drop spit facts and then somebody spits spit. He's spitting spit, no facts.
Like not realizing that calling out bad behavior is a form of protection.
It is true. Calling out bad behavior can be a form of protection, like black men stop shooting each other. What do you think, Bobby? I think I will make a declaration for you, Bobby. Black men, let's stop shooting each other. Let's strap up instead of raw dogging. See, Bobby, I'm protecting you, man. But you know, it's funny because I've heard women say the same thing. I mean, really, you have to admit, us, backspacing each other, that's a pretty big deal. I want us to stop backspacing each other. Sugar Bomb hit it right on. Exactly. Clean up your own front porch first. Sugar Bomb, that's what I call spitting facts. Well, technically it's an opinion, but still it should be a fact.
You know what I mean? And I understand protection is not just physical.
I don't know what you mean, to be honest with you, but keep going.
So protecting people's feelings and mental and all of these things as well. But nobody ever asked black men, okay, well, how do we want to be so-called protected? We don't get asked this question. It's just that.
So no one asked us how we want to be protected. I guess you know nothing about politics and how people ask for things, and then a representative is, oh, that's right, black men don't vote anyway. I mean, I'm not saying voting's great, because it's not, but we vote the least out of most people. We vote the least. We could ask for what we want by having people represent us without what we want, like all other races do. But we don't vote. We don't. Black women vote. Black women vote, though. So this is about as inconsiderate and a lack of appreciation as you can hear from a man. I do not wish this man on any woman.
We just get told, oh, well, we protect you. But it's like, okay, well, wait a minute.
I've never said that. I've never had a woman. I'm twice your age again, so I take rank. I've never heard that from a black woman. Never.
And like that's not how we want to be protected. Like, how are these ladies, for quote unquote, protecting the black?
How do you want a woman to protect you? First of all, quite honestly, other than voting or things that can be done in an intellectual sense, I don't want a woman. What you want her to jump in front of a bullet for you, or what do you want, dude? Because all you're doing is spinning in a circle about what you don't want from a woman who's trying to help you stay alive.
Men that they sleep next to every night. Ask that black man how he wants to be protected.
You think women that are with a man don't ask them what they want? He must, I don't think he's, look, I'm not trying to shame, but he must not date women then. You must not date women, because the first thing that comes out of a woman's mouth that loves you, unless you're an unlovable person, is how can I make you happy? Then all you have to do, bro, is say, I need protection. And then she'll ask you, so how can I protect you? See, Bobby? You see how that works, Bobby? So you're telling me that you never met a woman that was in love with you enough to ask you those kind of questions. That's your problem. I'm not. Don't Don't talk for me, bro. Speak for yourself.
But we don't ever get we don't ever get that. It's just, oh well, we raised you, so you owe us. So don't call us out on our bad behavior. And that
Again, he's lying. I've never heard a woman say that ever in my life. Ever.
doesn't work. But that's my take.
Gotcha. I want to read this comment really quickly. QM says most kids in foster, I guess that's supposed to be foster homes. I don't know, have been given the opportunity to be raised by the dad when taken from the mom, but the men won't show up to take them.
Boom. QM, you nailed it. I mean, again, I bring up Passport Nate. He ain't thinking about taking care. He got places to go. He's got pros to see.
And listen, I just want to respond to that. And I think in some cases that's probably true.
It's not. It's no. We just told you. 91%. That's not some cases. Dee Dee, that's not some cases. Let me relax. Dee Dee, that's not some cases. That's a whole lot of cases. Whole lot of love.
That's a lot, though.
But and I don't think
that's a lie, though. Oh man. Why?
That's most, but there may be some instances where that's the case. But who do you blame for that? See, the thing about it is, in that particular situation, QM, the kids were taken from the mother for a reason, right? So that means she was messing up.
Okay.
Then the father clearly is probably not. If this situation is true in this particular situation, then he got some issues too. He's probably not doing what he's supposed to do as well. So they're both messing up. But oftentimes we don't hear the reasons why the children were taken from the mother.
That's private. Number one, that's private information, but you could look it up. You can look up what the average reason that is taken from the mother is, usually because they were on drugs or they were unfit. The problem is this. The problem, let's see if I put the video in here. This would be a very perfect time for it. Very perfect. Dang it, I didn't put it in here. Basically, if men strapped up more, if men strapped up more and were more responsible about their, as Kevin would call it, seed, which isn't true, that's not what it is, but let's just say seed for now to sound more PG, right? Then these kids there would be nobody to have to give to foster care. There wouldn't be any women that were not ready for this. And what they don't tell you is that grown men are making adolescents pregnant. They're not. See, you're trying to blame women for even a part of a situation they're not even involved in. Adolescents are anywhere from a 14-year-old to a 19-year-old, which is deemed as obviously not the best age for a young woman to have a child mentally. I mean, physically they might be able to, but mentally it's not a good idea. Because it's not done here yet. But when those guys were raw dogging up in these young adolescents, they had no problem with it. Dee Dee, they didn't have a problem with that. They went ahead and did it. They went ahead and did it, didn't they? They didn't say, "Oh, girl, you're too young. I can't. You know, you're just a young girl, baby. Ooh, don't waste your time." They weren't singing those songs. Black grown men were not singing those songs when they were getting with these adolescents. So, and see, I forgot his name. Trey, I think. Trey was blaming, he was literally blaming adolescents for the actions of a man, of getting pregnant from a man. He literally blamed adolescents. Some of those men should have probably went to prison or jail at least. Right? 14, 15, 16, 17. But he didn't talk about that, did he? He didn't talk about men choosing the right women to have sex with. And if they get pregnant, at least it's the right woman, right? Oh, no. Didn't say that. Let me keep it going.
What was going on with her state of mind? But what we hear is, oh, the father is the deadbeat. Oh, yeah, there are a lot of deadbeat fathers, but the mothers are deadbeats as well. So what happened is in this.
I think we went over this before, but it's hard for a mother to be a deadbeat when they're with the child. I mean, yeah, there's the 90%. So there's a certain percentage of women out of a small percentage of women that don't have the kid, that somehow they're not paying their child support or something like that. Like you could almost blame, Halle Berry is in a situation like that. Though she wanted custody of her child, somehow they gave it to the broke model. I don't know if you've heard about that, but you could deem her a deadbeat maybe if she's not paying her child support, right? You know who else is a deadbeat? Dee Dee, do you know who else is a deadbeat? I'm just going through some papers here. Okay. You know who's a deadbeat? You know who's a guaranteed deadbeat? Your boy. Kevin. I'm not name calling either. Y'all can look it up. Remember his wife from back in the 90s? I believe it was 90s. Yeah. Anyway, you do know your friend who passed. He just caught up on child support of his, of his daughter who was already in her 20s, right? Just last year, maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a year and a half ago. So how's that working? How's that working out? Let me keep it going.
This situation is the father will be called out and be labeled a deadbeat and a dusty and he don't take care of his kids, but the mother wouldn't normally be called out as a deadbeat herself. That's the issue that I have.
See, the thing is that she's trying to use that deadbeat argument, which is a masculine name. Men gave other men originally that name. Women are called other stuff. So women have plenty of other names. So bad mother is one. So to try to stack that on top of women is kind of weird.
With that is, look, they're both deadbeats. So he's no better, she's no better than him.
But Dee Dee, there are a lot more deadbeat fathers than there are deadbeat mothers. It's just a fact. It's just the way things worked out in all races, not just black people. It's just the way it is. You heard what Corey Holcomb said. I should bring the video up. Let me see if I can find it, because I think it's the perfect video to express deadbeat culture. Let's see where we are. Where is it? Damn, I wish I could remember where I put it. Let's see what we have here. Here we go.
Kids happy. Kids just want to see their daddy.
What's up, YouTube? Thanks for coming. Shit, and
You'd be surprised. Kids aren't
happy to see their daddy. Only kids ain't happy to see their
Not if he's
daddy.
not spending time. He's coming over just to hit the mom.
Say that again, D. I want to hear that.
Not if he's not just coming over to do that and then bounce. Well, like I said, it would be.
Spent 30 minutes with him.
Ooh, that's real nice.
Yeah,
Thank God you don't have any kids.
If you fucking me, I might pick the kids up and take them to be with the other kids I be around from the other bit.
Wow, that's great. That's good.
But see, it's about you.
No, it's about the children. It should be about
No. The kids happy. Kids just want to see their daddy.
Oh, like that. Just pop up. I'm going to be in the room with moms for a while.
Look, the kids, if they are not played against the father, they just happy to see their daddy. When daddy show.
Okay, that's not it. Let me find it. Parenting kids. Okay, I can't find it right now. Let me get back to the show. But basically, Corey tells her that the dudes don't like you if he didn't love your mother. And then mothers are labeled as baby mamas, which is really a negative connotation to being not a good mother. They're called baby mamas. Dee Dee, you got to catch up. Here we go. But the ultimate goal is probably the ultimate thing is that the men should have never made that woman pregnant. You Kevin Samuels, I hate to bring him up again, but he talks about vetting, right? He talks about vetting. Well, it sounds like to me a lot of fellas weren't doing their vetting. They were doing betting. They were betting, but not vetting. Oh, well, she was just a 304. Well, you took that chance, fella. You took that chance. You could have just left her alone. You could have just left her alone. You could have done the mature thing and said, you know something, she's not ready for a kid. And I don't have a condom. So let me not partake in this endeavor. How about that?
Just for say, at the end of the day, now I've seen in the comments, some men agree about what he did, and some men don't. Like Abel's journey. I'm just gonna say this real quickly. Guys like him, I respectfully I will call it sip, because at the end of the day, they're using a male version. I'll say a shame language, saying that he's illogical. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever man.
Look who's on panel. Y'all, this is the piece de resistance. Here we go. You better get your friends. Here we go.
And seeing that situation, if I see that situation, every see that come on mine, it's none of my business. Stay out of it. But if it gets dangerous, hey, the least thing I could do is call the police. Hey, this is an anonymous call. I did that last month while I was at my shelter. There was an accident over there. I ain't giving them my name, but I made sure that the ambulance and the police were over there. They ain't none of my business. I only went out there because I heard a bang. But besides the point, at the end of the day, not majority of men are going to see like that, and then they're going to go about their male shame language. And at the end of the day, I do think the brother, he would still been alive if he had just called the police. You know, but this whole thing about protecting
So
black
it's
women.
funny because he called a man who passed away a simp.
How about for women who want the protection and who are single mothers, go be with the man that you create that child with and get your protection. Because if
He bounced, stupid. He bounced. He was irresponsible. He had a child he didn't want, and he bounced. That's what happened.
if that man was good enough to have a child with, he should be good enough to marry. And I mean, he should be.
He doesn't believe that. I know he doesn't believe that. This dude, yeah, he lives in a shelter himself, and he's trying to give other men advice. When you live in a shelter, things haven't gone that well for you, and you really should be focused on just fixing that. But they're all like that. They're all like that. Look at this guy here. He's got on like he doesn't realize he looks like a purple peen. This guy right here. He looks like a purple peen. You see the cap with the condom on top. He doesn't know how he looks like that. And they wonder why women don't approach them.
Good enough to protect you and for you to marry him, but that's not how most women think.
It's not how most men think.
And you know about how some mothers aren't called out as baby mothers. Yeah, no, it's not called out, and it needs to be, because it shows that there are some mothers that aren't out here doing the right job, whether it's for their son or for their daughters. And I just do think that sometimes, like, yeah, it's good to like be that man to step out. But if you don't know the situation, how it started to got to where it is, mind your own business. Because at the end of the day, you get killed out here. This is what happens to this brother. And I just personally think that, you know, when it comes to this whole protection of black women, go learn martial arts. Because you see men out here getting their passports, you know, and everything. Ain't nobody.
There we go with the passport talk. So now he's telling everybody to run from the problem, which is usually themselves. Let's keep going. I mean, he's in a shelter.
Out here protect you, because if you're not trying to be submissive and be a woman that is all in a man's lead and all that other stuff, why should I protect you?
You're in a shelter. What's to be submissive for?
And like what Bobby Wright said is correct. In protecting somebody is tell them like, hey, this isn't a good place to go, da da da. And if women ain't gonna listen, what are we supposed to tell them? Respectfully. Like, it's either you gonna fall in line or you get out of line. Simple as that. I digress.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Who's that?
This is DJ Torch.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, basically the problem is that I'm older, and back in the day, men in general protected women in general. That's just the way it was. There wasn't any type of caveat or any type of incentive or any type of deal or any type of situation or scam. We just did what we had to do because that's what men do. That's what men are supposed to do. If you want to be beta and pick and choose times for protection and put caveats and, you know, conditions on protection, well, that's you, but you're not being a real man. That's not a real man. A real man is going to protect women.
Who?
Are you gonna? Can I finish?
Yes, sir.
Can I finish?
Be lit.
Yeah,
Go
let him
ahead.
finish. Let him finish.
Okay. That's just the way it is. I mean, that's how we did it back in the old school. Now, if you new cats want to change and put conditions on stuff and
and make it a turnkey situation, well, that's fine. But that's back then, at least back in my day, you would be called a beta. We didn't use beta back then, but I'm just making sure you understand what I mean. The bottom line is this.
Hey, I'm gonna tap in after him because it was really on me. I got it.
Let him finish. Let Torch finish.
I'll
Let him
chime in
finish.
next.
This is the deal. Whatever you want to blame women for, that's up to you. But you have to do it on an individual basis. Because you're not dating all 7 or 8 million black women or who knows how many other races of women. You have to focus on what you can do. You can't go around complaining. If you complain, I mean, I learned this from sports. As soon as you complain, you've lost. I learned that from sports, and it's the same for everything else. As soon as you complain, you're using your mind matter on stuff that doesn't matter. You're not focusing on winning. You're focusing on your excuse of losing. All you need is one woman. There's millions of women. So why are you complaining about the ones you don't want? I'm done.
I'm gonna let go next, but I feel like that
All
was
right, hold on. Wait.
No,
It's
no,
on
I
me.
got you. I got
Hold
you.
on. Let me say something real quick.
Hold
That lady asked me.
Hold on 1 second, Alex.
Folks, that lady asked me to speak, bro.
Let Palmer go. Go ahead.
I want you to listen to these guys now. In the house, Heathen Queen. In the house, LaQuinto Fox. In the house, Creative Solutions. In the house, Act Natural Under Pressure. In the house, Quita Ward. In the house, a lady. Here we go. I'm going to put this in the chat. And boom.
Hey, Palmer.
Go ahead, Palmer. Go ahead. How you doing, Miss D?
Good. I'm good. How are you?
How you doing, Miss D?
I'm good.
Good.
Go ahead.
Chime in this topic. Like I said I ain't gonna start from the beginning. I'm gonna start where you went. Now I hear what you saying, but you just did acknowledge that you came from the old school, and in our generation, you a simp. You giving away protection for free. We charging women a fee. That stuff you talking don't work with me on the G. But I'm gonna put it to you like this: the brother Bobby Wright made a valid point. Women out here protesting with signs instead of asking young brothers how they want to be protected, instead of looking at the person that they rocking with as a teammate. You hear what I'm saying? People want to talk about chess, not checkers. Say, bro, men out here, we done been taught, say, man, a woman only good for a face. It's brothers out here at the top of the food chain, and I ain't even gonna put an ethnicity, but I say brothers, men in general. Say, bro, they look at that woman as a mind too. Feel what I'm saying? Y'all looking at it as, oh man, she just gotta look good and feed me. Say, bro, that woman that set up Emmett Till wasn't just a face.
Wait,
check.
Did he just make the Emmett Till argument? Let me go back a little bit.
But I say brothers, men in general. Say, bro, they look at that woman as a mind too. Feel what I'm saying?
I'll be honest with you. I didn't grow up in the hood, so I have no clue what he's really saying. Creative, welcome to the stage. What are your thoughts?
I'm still finishing. I don't know why he's bringing up Emmett Till. He did not come from that generation, and today he has more sense than he ever had. So why are we going backwards?
Right.
Looking at it as, oh man, she just gotta look good and feed me. Say, bro, that woman that set up Emmett Till wasn't just a face.
She was a Caucasian woman. What does that have to do with black women, which you guys want? See, this is what I hate, is when dudes start making arguments with things that are out of context. He's making an argument out of context. So he's talking about basically Karens, because that was back then they were talking about Karens. He's got me on the run because I can barely understand what he's saying. Mostly what he means. But you know, I let Purple Peen talk, so here you go.
Check.
He gave himself a check.
Beta boy. That's the reality of it. You just want your woman sitting up. Hold on, wait. Hold on, I'm talking.
Now here comes the name calling, folks. Here comes the name calling. Here we go. Here comes the name calling. I love it.
You want your woman sitting up in the house while this women out here being ran, while women out here running game on you. Right?
Is he talking about his life? Because he surely doesn't know my life. I mean, this is crazy. Oh, yeah. Queen Po Pimp. Yeah, I think that's basic. See, I can't relate to this. You got me, bro. I can't relate to this. The way you speak and the way you live, I just don't live in that kind of a life. The women I interact with, the women I'm in contact with, they're not going to be attracted to you, regardless what age they are. Let's see what Po Pimp has to say.
Hey, so your woman ain't supposed to protect you. Listen, and I had to add, and this go back to
with you. Your woman is not supposed to protect you. But then before, everybody, remember, they were talking about how they were mad because the woman wasn't protecting them in the way they wanted to be protected. So they're already contradicting themselves. Already. I mean, come on. And he doesn't even know it. Yeah, LaQuinta, hey, if you want to come up and translate what he's saying, I can't help him there. Call me square or whatever. I just don't know the pimp talk. I just don't know. I admit it. I've been exposed. I don't know pimp talk. I don't know it. I DJ'd. I've probably been around pimps when I was DJing, but they didn't talk like this. I just didn't. So he already contradicted himself, even though he was trying to reinforce what Alex was saying, who was reinforcing what Dee Dee was saying about protection. He said Black women don't need to protect men. Fine, then why is this live here? Why is this live here? You've made it clear that you don't want protection from Black women until you need protection from Black women. You forgot that part, didn't you? Let me keep it going.
To a conversation I just had with my baby mama the other day when she got to running on my.
Okay, so he has a baby mama. Let's keep it going because it gets juicy after this. Here we go.
About something saying. I relayed the information back to you as a woman because it came from a woman. Now, so y'all say that men ain't supposed to put their hands on women. So got mad and do nothing. So what was I supposed to do?
How did we get on domestic abuse? I have no clue. I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we got to his baby mama, but let's hear Po Pimp out.
I relayed the information to you. You as a woman confront that woman. It's my job as a man to keep a man in his place.
But that's wasn't that what the man who you guys called a simp was attempting to do, was put the man in his place? He tried to put the man in his place. It didn't work out at all. I tell you guys, if you listen to people long enough, they will tell you the lies.
You get what I'm saying? You gonna sit around and wonder.
I didn't really get what you were saying, but let's just go ahead.
Why your woman on and off the spectrum with you? You ain't got a job for her. What's her job? What's the primary objective? You just want her to look good, say man, and wonder why she good for the streets.
Why are these dudes trying to tell me what I want from my woman?
Why these people feel like they get with women to employ them? Like I never see more. Like are you paying her a wage, a monthly wage?
Yeah, I don't get it. But it's, folks, this is the good part right here, because now you're seeing the mentality of the men you get to choose from. Well, some of them anyway. I mean, if you want to choose a guy who looks like this and talks like that, I can't help you. I can't. There's nothing I can do. I can't help you.
That's the only thing you trying to boost up, and everybody doing that. She look good to everybody. I think she look good too.
How did we get to, who are we talking about here? How do we get to talking about somebody who I'm sorry, I just don't know. I'm not disrespecting the hood, but I didn't grow up in that element. I don't know what he's freaking talking about. I just don't.
I'm saying beta boy, but I'm hearing what you're saying. Listen, there's something else that they teach with this.
He's calling me beta boy. But he's the one with the problem with the women. Queen, #1 shelter dude. Shelter dude here. We got shelter dude here and Poe Pimp here. And let me tell you, he thinks he's really spitting. He thinks he's really spitting.
With this situation right here. Check it out with this situation right here. I'm gonna tell you something else. You talking about protecting somebody. One thing you learn, I learned from a woman, raised by a woman. If you mind your own, you live long. Huh? And it don't just work out here, working at jail cell too, man. Don't be out there looking at people's cell.
Did he just mention the jail creative? Did he just say jail cell?
He did. These are the type of people that be on her channel. It's just so sad.
So, I mean, obviously he's speaking from his own life. So he's calling me a beta boy, but he's been in jail. I need to let that sink in. He's calling me a beta boy. I've been called a lot worse than that, though. Trust me. But he's the one who went to jail or prison, whatever. It's amazing. It's amazing how people who don't have a pot to piss in piss on your pot.
You don't know what nigga got going on. Say, bro, this the reality of it. He ran out there trying.
I want you to watch their behavior. The behavior is important because these are men that feel that they are worthy of a good woman. Look at their behavior. It's important you see this.
To save that man, that woman could have probably put that man in a situation where he almost lost his life, and he caught her and did that to her. You the reason why that man. See, that's the thing, and brothers out here like you gonna be super beta boy, jumping in the car. Your daughter probably be to set somebody up, but because you trying to cater to her beauty, she look good. You overlooking the fact that you done raised a little.
When did I ever say anything about her beauty or anything? We're talking about some man trying to save a woman from getting beaten and he got shot. You see how they love to make up stories, maybe from their own lives, but mostly fake. I mean, he needs to understand no woman don't get me wrong. I'm sure he's gotten women because he's a Poe Pimp, but These men, this is the proof I was showing. This is really the proof. This is the key to this whole video. Really, it wasn't about Dee Dee. It's about black male behavior. Okay? He is talking to me, right? A man who never addressed or directly insulted him disrespectfully. And if he chose wrong, he won't live long. If he did this, I mean, he's already been to prison, right? And you want to, but see, that's all these guys have. That's all he has left. This is why he is a perfect example why black men toe tag each other every 2 hours. This is a perfect, I could not give you a perfect example. A perfect toe tag situation. And he wants accountability from a woman who probably hasn't been to jail. Unless, who knows who he hangs around? Maybe she has. He wants an upgrade. He wants a woman he is nowhere near compatible with. Nowhere near in it. He wants a woman that he is just not qualified for. Let's listen more to his prison pimp talk. Here we go.
The demon daughter out here. We just talked about a case where the girl set up the boy on the bus. Now this the reality of it. The boy got away. What if that they didn't even release the girl picture? You mean to tell me
How did we get here? Now the funny thing is this: he's talking all this smack about how women are setting up men, but are forgetting about things. You know, he's forgetting about things like this.
This Charlotte mother, murdered by her boyfriend, was trying to help other women escape abuse.
She talked about domestic violence. That's exactly what unfortunately led to her demise.
Aaliyah Terry was at her Northeast Charlotte home when police say that her boyfriend stabbed her to death.
Detectives are still searching for him right now, and tonight, Channel 9 is learning more about the mother of two. Our Tina Terry learned that she helped her write a book and shared her testimony about domestic violence.
Yeah, Leah Terry had hoped that her story would encourage other women, but days before the book's pre-order, police say she was murdered here in her own home by her boyfriend.
I was devastated. I was in my office at work. I just started bawling, crying.
Nikita Davis talked to me via Zoom. She said she's still upset over the loss of her friend, Leah Terry.
She was a beautiful person inside and out. She kept a beautiful smile.
There are more situations like this than what Peter Boy is talking about. And he wants to call me a beta. No, DJ, that was just a one-off. That doesn't happen all the time.
Two young women shot to death a day apart. Tonight, we are finding out there may be a chilling connection between the murders. 7 Action News reporter Kimberly Craig has the clue that could lead to a killer on Detroit's east side.
So, I guess my point is this, is that obviously black men, we're not protecting. It's clear. It's sad. But
probably be to set somebody up, but because you trying to cater to her beauty, she look good, you overlooking the fact that you done raised a little demon daughter out here.
What is he talking about? He must be talking about himself. I can't, because how did we get here? If anybody would like to explain, please do.
just talked about a case where the girl set up the boy on the bus. Now this the reality of it. The boy got away. What if that I say they didn't even release the girl picture? You mean to tell me that it's I think other boys out here should know that it's a girl out here that look like this that's setting people up. They should release her picture, but they not. This the reality of it. And that stuff that you doing right there caters to them, beta boy.
Are you
so don't be out here talking about who don't be out here talking about who a simp and who ain't. Listen, and you getting on your knees for something that's supposed to that you protect.
Okay. God, y'all. Wait, Dee Dee, you must know that this guy is off his rocker. You have to. I mean, damn. I don't get it. In the house, Sudden Bell, Quita Ward, Henry Mars. You guys got it. You know, I need whatever dictionary I need. You guys got to let me know where to get it.
This is therapy. I remember DJ. Remember you came up on here and there was the other guy who you was going at it with, and he also was coming from the jail system too.
Jail system guys just don't like me. You know.
I think that was the one who had a girlfriend for like 10 years and he still wanted to be with her.
Oh yeah, was that the guy who was also going, you know, waving in the video and
yes.
Oh man. These streets, you know, creative, these streets are just something else. You know what I mean?
You sound like a simp, Shorty.
Okay, you said I'm a simp who hasn't been to prison. I'll be okay with simping. Me and Russell, we'll do the simping, okay? And you can continue to, you know, get in trouble and go back and forth if you want to, bro. I mean, that's up to you. But I'm gonna simp like you guys be accusing Russell of simping. I'll do that because if maybe I'm not simping enough. Because he's doing quite well. He's doing quite well. You know something? I have not simped enough. Oh my God, this is going to be another soundbite. I have not simped enough. Because if simping gets you 180 mil in the bank, stability, class, prestige, I'm doing the wrong thing. But I'll tell you what, you can live your alpha life, your alpha prison life, and I'll take the beta life any day of the week. How about that? Is that a deal? Quita says this. DJ Torch, do you remember when men used to call young girls jailbait? I sure do. I think, you know, that reminds me of Quita. That reminds me of that of Ringo. Ringo, remember when Ringo was giving out, you know, tutorials on how to jailbait? That was crazy. You know, allegedly. But let me keep going here. Let's listen to him. Your baby mama, right?
Go ahead and run your
baby mama, right? Let me ask you a question. So you have a baby mama. How many kids you got?
I don't got no baby mamas. I'm single.
I didn't ask you.
I'm answering for you. What's up?
What? This is some ghetto ass shit. I asked the dude who was just talking.
You don't want to hear it sound like a bad ass
No, I tell you what.
Can I chime in real quickly? I don't mean interrupt, but can I chime in? I gotta respond.
The key to pick up is their behavior. The key to pick up is their behavior. Remember, these are men that are complaining about you, ladies. They are complaining about you, and this is their behavior. Ladies, you're doing a great job. If these guys are mad because they're not getting you, you're doing your job.
You gotta
the
stop.
same.
This is some ghetto-ass shit right here.
Wait,
Can't
now
even
wait,
stop.
come on now. Chill out.
Look how belligerent you guys are
Hey,
getting.
we're not gonna be able to hear each other or have
Right. The key is this. Black men, if you do not know how to manage your anger, technically you're no good to anyone. Because your anger, as you saw with Peter Head, lands you in a location where you cannot protect anybody except for your jail buddy. I don't. He thinks he's styling too, Quita. With his country hat. Hey, I'm out of my element. I'm going to admit I'm out of my element. This is not where I hang.
conversation.
Can I? I'm sorry. Can I please chime in?
Hold on 1 second, Hustler, and then you could go next. Torch, what you was asking the question to Palmer?
Yeah, I was.
Palmer, you want to respond?
Prism.
I got. Why do how many kids I got matter? But I keep it real with you. I got 2 of them. Why do?
What? He's the one who brought it up. He's the one who brought it up. Why does that matter? Because you brought it up, bro. You brought it up, not me. You brought it up. Shoot, making these sound bites is hard work. Prism is in the house. Quita is in the house. Madison Goldman, thank you for coming through. Good to see you. Sutton Bell is in the house.
Do it matter? And I ain't approaching either one of them. They approached me. Yeah, baby.
What does that have to do with anything? What? See where these guys' minds at?
It's the I'm better than you. Any step I can get on makes me feel better.
Man, he didn't even sound like he's in high school.
Imagine trying to talk to these men and have a conversation. You can't. And it's like, just damn. You wonder why they have to date girls in the teenager stage.
And here's the funny thing, creative. If they met a girl that matched their energy, they'd call her a hood rat.
But that's what they want. That's who they can relate to. That's who they can manipulate.
Right. Look at him going off like this. Going off. Brings up his kids and asks me why I'm asking about his kids. You brought it up, so I'm just trying to maybe they're two glorious, wonderful bundles of joy. Okay.
And Dee Dee doesn't understand. She's catering to men. And look at the type of men she's catering and enabling.
Thank you. I got to stand up to that one. That was creative. There you go. Creative. Sorry if that clapping gets, hurt your ears, but that was, now that's called spitting right there. Facts. And creative, we both know that this isn't just the only time. This is how her room is.
Yes. When was the last time you was on there?
It's just how it is. And nothing against Dee Dee, because really she carries herself very well. But it's just shocking that she caters to this type of guys. It's like the last time the guys, it seems like everybody's jailbirds and shit. I'm not making the shit up. I'm not trying to stereotype, but that's what they're telling us.
And remember, remember Leonard? He be going in these rooms too. They all wanted the same.
And they want a Beyonce, or they want some woman with class. They want a submissive woman when they don't even qualify for that. I mean, yeah, the Quita, you're right. Sorry for that. Sorry for that, Quita. I know everybody. I'm sorry I applauded, but I gotta applause when I hear something. When I hear facts spit. Let me play a little bit more and see what's going on here.
Boy, yeah, and they treat me good too. Yeah, I eat good. So what you want to say, beta boy?
You have to agree. This is some crazy shit. I mean,
yes, this is.
Yo, you sitting back calling people beta. You came out here with the beta alpha talk, but you probably got on your knees to something that was running these streets.
Hey.
I'm trying to listen to what you're saying though. Go ahead and run your mouth.
Okay, did I call you a beta? Yes or no? Or did you just feel like you were a beta?
You came on here calling people beta, brother.
Beta, yes or no?
You came on here
listen,
calling
brother.
people because they agree with
I
what
did
you
not
did.
call
came
you a
on. Okay,
beta.
so
Oh, y'all, am I gonna make another soundbite? Let's listen. Am I gonna make another soundbite?
listen, I
You
just
just
answered your
took
question. I got
offense,
two
because
kids.
you probably thought I was
I got
addressing
two
you.
kids.
You got 2 kids. How old are they?
Okay.
Their age is nobody's good, but I got 2 of them, little boy, little girl.
Okay, well, I got one, and she just
I got a
just
boy and a little
graduated
girl.
from Cal Berkeley. Okay.
So Torch, you're married, right? You're married.
No, I am not married.
Right.
Okay, so look, let me ask this question. I just want to ask this question. You kind of Torch. Now you did come on. And you say any man who is not doing that or protecting women in general would be considered a beta. I think that's how.
No, I didn't say that. What I said was back in the day. See, the thing is, words matter. Words matter.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 60.
Oh wow. But back in the day,
back in the day, that's what I'm talking about.
But what about now? So would you still look at it that way? Do you think majority of men see it that way now, considering the environment of the way we in with the, the division of women and men now, how women how women perceive most Black men? Do you think that most Black men would look at that the same way, the way they did back then?
Not the younger cats. Clearly not the younger cats, no.
But the older ones.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding. We saw the pudding right now.
Right. So you think that guy, he wasn't that old, who lost his life protecting that woman. Do you think that older men will jeopardize their wives, their children, their families for somebody else?
I do have a question.
No, I'm just asking.
Yes,
I'm asking you that question.
Yes.
You think that they would?
Yes.
Do you think that that's a smart thing to do?
Let me make it clear. I have. Okay.
Right. I think a lot of men have, but looking at how you see a lot of women nowadays, they're setting men up. These things are happening. Men are losing their lives trying to protect women. And, do you think that it's worth it if you wait, hold on a second. I'm just asking, do you think it's worth it? My husband, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, like Crystal Fox says, Dee Dee Torch, don't you know if you move your hands more and you're louder, that means that you're right? I gotta start trying that more.
If he sees somebody, he might try to help, but then he's going to be skeptical because he has a wife and he has a lot of children that he has to be here for. So do you think that it's worth it for a man who has
do you see how mature and articulate Dee Dee is being right now? These guys are nowhere near that maturity. Maybe Trey. Chuck, maybe second place, because he might be laughing at the guy's, beta boy jokes. But as far as that, at least he's staying in his seat. Hustler Muscular, I think he comes believe it or not, I think he comes down here every once in a while.
These people come on here because of Dee Dee. All Dee Dee has to do is dress up, look cute, and cater to them. And she has a wide range of male audience.
Yeah. Exactly, Bridget. She's their mouthpiece. Because Bridget, they need a mouthpiece. They need her to talk for them, because You hear what we need a dictionary to understand what this beta boy is saying. But let me keep playing. Let me see where this is going.
A whole entire family that he's responsible for to jeopardize his life for a woman who just a random person.
Well, basically the thing is this. The type of protection you're referring to at the moment, and I'm going to keep it on point.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty rare situation. Men are not protecting women and getting shot every day of the week. Okay,
right.
There are more men deleting women than there are men protecting women, and that we know of the incidences out there. I mean, a black woman, they're getting deleted at, I think, 4 or 5 times a day or something like that.
Do you have the stats on the men who are being deleted by women also?
No, men. The thing is this: if we go into those type of numbers, it's crazy. Probably for every 1 man that gets deleted by a woman, 10 or 15, maybe even more women get deleted by men. So I was actually incorrect. It's much higher than that. It's like we're probably into the hundreds or maybe even the thousands of incidences where a woman deletes a man. It's up there. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact numbers, but I know that I was very, 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 very low with that assessment. That's kind of a variable that we should, if men want a defense, that's not a good way to go. And the thing is this, the biggest concern is men deleting men. Okay, if we cut that down, then not only would our streets be much better, but our reputation would be much better.
All right, DJ Torch, I ain't gonna lie. I hear what you saying, bro. I got a scenario that happened in my life. I got a partner out here in H-Town. I ain't gonna lie. He do some decent stuff as far as videography these days. My brother got out there, yard, and he doing good. Sum it up, bro. We in high school at this point in time. I'm new to this school, fresh out for being set up. All right, check it out. And it's women involved. Check it out. Say, shorty, I'm trying to run it to you. I'm in a new school, bro, coming from Detroit. He just getting down here from Detroit, right? And it's these 2 Indian girls, twins. We on the back of the school bus. Me and them chopping it up. We, not the girls, but me and bro, no shit. We just not getting to know each other. Everybody chopping it up. Everybody talking. But she go to running the play like, I want to see you and this dude fight. I want to see who gonna win the fight. Feel what I'm saying? You saying what you say, bro, and it ain't gonna stop. But it's women out here every day that's one of the situations where we seen it. But I say being raised in a family full of women, these women specialize in sitting behind the scenes and getting men to bump their heads. Like I say, bro, I got a cousin, wanted to date a dude for some money, but then she messing with the dude next door to her grandma's house. Feel what I'm saying? But then got dudes bumping heads and playing Superman, bro. It was a situation where my partner and them and family almost got the issue. But the dudes that pull up riding for her baby daddy knew me. And that's the reason why the guns ain't go off that day. You know what I'm saying? I say, bro, and you make valid points, but I say, bro, it's a lot of scenarios that they don't include the women in. They still ain't disclosed that girl face. But it's girls out here that's setting young brothers up every day. I'm pretty sure that if I got whacked back in 2003 for that situation, they wouldn't have showed them girls' face. They probably would have pointed out the dudes who shot me. Feel me? They would have pointed them out, but them girls who set the play up, they wouldn't have never even frontlined that. That's why girls out here still look at my face, that distraction. Say, bro, in 2023, bro, we don't care about how no woman look. Women getting it too, nigga. You tripping? And I don't land the plane right there.
Real quick, Original Man says, what year was that? I don't know what he was responding to, but thank you for the super chat. He also says, put on that Simp Cape player Steve Harvey protege. Desmond says, Tor, I guess he's referring to you, Torch, is a sucker.
Can I make one quick point?
Do you
Original
notice
Man
how these
says-
men are name
Hold on one
calling
second, sir.
and they're not really replying with any kind of
Sir,
relevant
I'm speaking. I'm
retort?
sorry. Original Man, thank you so much for the super chat. Says there was an up and coming boxer that got deleted simping for a woman that was separated from her estranged husband who shot him dead. I didn't hear that story, but that's crazy.
But see, that's
go ahead.
the problem. There's stories. It's not like a see, they're trying to use and really the Manosphere is really good at this. They're good at using one-offs or rare events to make a point. You know, next thing they'll be is see how this woman broke this bodybuilder's neck. That happens every day. When you know it doesn't. Creator, what are your thoughts so far?
All I can say is his whole story. There's like, what the hell?
Right.
And then she bringing up how he was separated or she was separated from her husband. Why is he messing with somebody that's married? First of all,
right.
So they putting themselves in these situations, and then they're gonna turn around and blame and cry later. It's like, who told you to go mess with her? Why you couldn't find somebody that's single? There's a whole bunch of women here, right? There's lots of women here. You telling me you can't find one that's single?
Right. Well, these guys can't, and I can see why.
They have to get the low-hanging fruit. All those guys on the panel have to look for low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
If not, it's not gonna work. In their favor. No wonder, because think about it. And I'm about to be a little mean right now, but like, if a guy can't bring me nothing, like he's not giving me peace, harmony, he's not even trying to get to know me, and I'm not finding that from any of these guys, and I live in a hood, and I know he got money and he got all of this. Shit, he might get I might get him for his stuff too. He might get set up also. No, for real. If we live in a dog eat dog world, that will happen. Because if you don't know how to lend that caring hand and be there, what else can you offer?
Right.
You gotta offer money, right? That's all you good for is money at this point.
Right. I mean, the thing is this, I mean, in the situation is that at least I know he doesn't have money. And if he's out of shelter, he doesn't have money. So what do they have to offer? I mean, you see how they behave. It's not their behavior is not going to help you.
Hold on, one of them is out of shelter?
Yeah, the guy on the top right here.
You lying.
Yeah, he said he was talking from a shelter.
Why are you online? Who coming to see you? Like, right. you want somebody, basically you're asking for somebody to help you.
Right.
Because you can't even help yourself. And you want a woman who could potentially get pregnant by messing with you, and you got nothing to offer her. There's no resting place. There's no house. There's no car. There's no money. And you want her, to put all of that on the line for you and your ego, and you got nothing else to offer. It's ludicrous. This shit is ludicrous.
Melanated Vessel says, imagine your job is to disparage your own image for money. Weird. Yeah, that is Melanated Vessel. That is true.
That's Dee Dee right there.
Yeah.
Dee Dee don't see it. Like Dee Dee, you can't have some college educated men on your panel. You can't have some men of substance. You gotta cater to men. Okay. I give you respect for catering, right? But then you can't even have somebody who got money, sense, wherewithal to be on your panel. You got to have somebody who is homeless in the shelter. The people them can't even talk proper English. They can't even understand or rationalize or understand what a relationship is.
Yeah, they can't even articulate it. They couldn't. This guy has made it clear. The Poe Pimp has made it clear that he doesn't know how to run a relationship. He hasn't said it. He doesn't know he's saying it, but he said it.
Yeah. So let me tell y'all something. I think Dee Dee did the same thing these other women be doing with their channels. I think she first got her channels and her views when she was probably doing beauty vlogs or something else. And then she switched to Manosphere content. And now she gets views, but she don't get a lot of views. If you actually look at the views that she be getting, she is not topping all the way up there. She doesn't get that many views because nobody is tuning into this shit. Like nobody's gonna want to watch this. It doesn't even matter if you got 100. You're not gonna get 100,000 views with this Manosphere content, especially with these dudes on the content. Look at that. Like you're not gonna surface. You may look like you got 100,000 subscribers, but truly you're not racking in nothing.
Right.
Torch?
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is this, is that there's a level of maturity that one should show. And I'm not seeing it right now. I mean, the name calling, I have not called anyone a name in here. But so far I've been called a sucker, a simp, dudes going off crazy, all angry and stuff.
I wonder why.
That's where
I wonder why too.
Wait, can I finish?
Go ahead.
Okay. Dudes getting all animated. I mean, that's not going to help you. That's going to hurt you. And if you guys really think that logical thinking women or women that would be submissive, they get to choose. And if you're expressing this type of behavior, what do you think you're going to get? You're not going to get that. You're not going to get a logical thinking woman. You're going to get what you put out there, which is some name calling belligerent woman because you're name calling and being belligerent yourself. It's that simple. So you hear what I know you've heard the term, you get the same energy you put out there. Look at all this energy you guys are putting out here on what's supposed to be a debate. Okay? And a discussion. Name calling, dissing. And I have never called any of you any names or dissed you. I made a statement and you're getting upset already. The key in life is to keep your mind clear and keep yourself calm. If you get upset, you're only going to find trouble, especially when you're out in the midst of other people. A lot of us brothers are either dead or in jail because we couldn't keep our damn temper.
Hustler, you want to go ahead and chime in?
Sure. How y'all doing? What's up, Dee Dee?
What's up?
Okay. Now I want to respond to Mr. DJ Torch's comment. He said that we set conditions on whether or not we're going to protect women from danger. You're goddamn right, we're setting conditions. And that condition is simple. Like the old saying goes, no protection without correction. So if a female is not going to cooperate with a man, get on his program, abide by his standards, what business does he have protecting that woman from any kind of danger? That's the first.
As you heard him say, he wants you to get on his time, right? But you see what kind of time these men are on. Angry time? Is that what we're on? Angry time? Because that's all I see right now. Hustler, I understand what you're saying. The problem, Hustler, is you've seen your friends. You've seen how they are. You see how they're losing control. What kind of protection can you give to somebody with when they're expressing a lack of control? You're no good. You're just going to get that woman. If that woman is on your time, you're going to get that woman into danger. Danger time. I'm sure, Hustler, you've been in. You know that if Palmer, whatever his name is, you've heard him talk. You've heard his lack of control. You've heard everybody else. You've seen everybody's lack of control in the chat on DeeDee's channel. Why? You forgot to say one thing, Muscular. And maybe you've been to my spot a few times, but if you'd like to, I would like to ask you, what do these guys really, quite honestly, and be honest, what do you really feel these men have to offer the type of woman that you're looking for? I mean, women don't want to be with men that are always going to get into fights or get into trouble or have to go to prison or go to jail or animated or are going to embarrass them in public. They don't want women that you want. You can find women that will roll with you, but they're going to be the ones you're going to complain about. But the ones you want to roll with you, they don't want this kind of behavior. They don't want this. They don't want this kind of behavior. This guy's up. Look at this dude up here, swinging his hands. What is that? Nobody wants that. I don't. Do you think, let's say you really land yourself a wonderful woman, right? And she loves you and she wants you to go, to a business meeting or something like that. Hustler. You sound like you're probably one of the more logical people in there, even though I think your views, I disagree. But do you really think a woman wants to be around with a dude doing this? He looks like Pokey. He looks like Pokey. Look, people love my sound bites. He looks like Pokey. Look at him. I mean, I think that's, to me, the 2023 version of Chris Rock right in front of us right now. I didn't ask him to dress like that. And see, it's even worse that he's on a panel for everybody to see, because a woman's going to see this and go, oh man, shoot. So that's how this is what Pookie looks like? Southern Belle, Pookie looks better than that. I mean, what is this, right? I mean, what is that? Let me keep it going. I think I was about to cut out here, but let's see what we got left here.
First thing. Second of all is this. Women need to make men feel safe. Now, how can...
Women need to make men feel safe. What happened to younger black men? I have no clue. This coming from a guy who I respect him a little bit. Hustler, I think you might want to come to the show just to explain this. Women, wait, let me play that back. I need to play that back. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
On his program, abide by his standards, what business does he have protecting that woman from any kind of danger? That's the first thing. Second of all is this. Women need to make men feel safe. Now, how can a woman make a man feel safe?
There's nothing a woman can do to make a man feel safe. But let's listen to what he's got to say.
Can I finish, sir? How can a woman make a man?
Keep going. I'm loving it.
How can a woman make a man feel safe? Don't be taking your ass out there into these streets, putting yourself in danger, expecting a man to protect you from anything and everything. In other words, keep yourself safe. That way that man has a real incentive to protect you from any danger that man.
What is he talking about? What is argument? If you pick the right woman, no, I mean, it's like these men are acting like they're picking. See, the thing is this. Unruly men attract unruly women. Because an unruly woman, look, A woman cannot make a man feel safe. His argument is terrible.
On average, men in the United States are 5 feet 9 inches tall.
Alexa, thank you. Stop.
You're so welcome. Your kindness really gives me a charge.
So you heard him say, I need you to understand this. A woman cannot make a man feel safe. We are supposed to be the stronger the stronger person. Okay? If a woman takes her out into the street, she's just out in the street. If a man does not feel safe, then he needs therapy. You need to get help. If you're with a woman that drags you into the streets, and then this is the only argument I can only see. If a woman you're saying a woman by argument is so unruly, she just drags herself in the street. This is somebody you love or like, because why would you mention her if you didn't even know her, right? Well, who chose her? You chose wrong. That's what you tell women, right? You chose wrong. Oh, man. We got more for you. We got more. It gets interesting after this. I mean, welcome to the land of instability or instability. No, instability. No, maybe instability.
May just deliberately that may fall into your lap. No man has any business protecting some strange woman he doesn't know, let alone a female who doesn't care about her own damn safety, to keep herself safe. That's something you need to consider. In other words, dog, we want a damsel in distress, not some dumbass in distress. And it's way too many of them out there to count. And finally, it's this. Women want to be equal to men. They want to work like men. They want to act like men. They want to fight like men. So I look at it like this, dog.
He just lied. Hustler, you just lied. I bet I would not take that bet in a minute that women want to fight like men or act like men. I mean, it's just a lie. I mean, no, I won't say that. Let me show you some respect and say that was a misconception. That was a misrepresentation. Because I've never ever had a woman say, "I want to kick some nigga's ass. I want to have that. I want to be a man. I want to fight like a man." I've never heard that. I haven't even heard that from women who fight in the MMA. So come on, you guys got to stop. If you're losing an argument, just lose the argument. You can't start making up scenarios and shit that don't even fit. Like they're like 10-offs. Well, I heard a woman back in Kansas City say she wanted to fight like a man. She wanted to fight like a man. One woman. Sorry. No. Next. Here we go.
You're a woman and you want to be equal to a man. I hope you're willing to fight like a man, because if something go down,
the funny thing is this, is he's seeking words matter. Equal to a man is not wanting equality. There's a difference in the words. So, Hustler, let's say you have a sister or a mom or even a daughter. So you're good with her getting paid half as much as some other dude doing the same job. Because that's what women mean. They don't mean they want to be able to box somebody just like a man. They just want equal pay for equal work. I mean, see, you guys you're not going to learn, or you're not going to grow if you keep focusing on defending yourself against ridiculous arguments, with ridiculous arguments, I should say. Let me keep it going.
What? We fighting together, plain and simple. I'm gonna have my Conor McGregor UFC gloves on, and you better strap on your Layla Ali boxing gloves.
Now he wants them to fight together now. Now he wants his girl to fight with him. Make up your mind.
On, because if something go down, we either gonna fight together or we gonna go down together. Bottom line.
No, really what happens is when something starts to go down, which it sounds like to me what you're saying is this: the both of you are out somewhere and something's going down, which is probably dangerous. This is where things are really weird. You're thinking, you just said that she's supposed to strap on her Layla Ali, that's old school, by the way, gloves, and fight with you. And some women, and some women will. And here's where it gets weird, because in other cultures, the men protect the women. They get them. It could be as easy as just walking away from the situation, driving away from the situation. Or, hey, who knows, running away from the situation. But now you want her to go down with the ship in a situation that you may have caused yourself. Since you guys are elaborating, I might as well too, right? Let me keep it going.
No protection without correction. So you want to be equal with me as a man? Hope you're willing to fight and go down like a man. We either gonna fight together.
Nobody even brought up the scenario about fighting, but you. See it? Look, he wants to control you, and then he wants you to fight for him and die for him in probably a situation that he made up, because remember, you're following him. Remember, you're following him. So he takes you into danger because you're doing what he says, right? Now he wants you to die for him, with him. That's same black man right there. Shoot. New black man, modern man right there. Back in the day, a brother's going to say he's going to take the lady to safety one way or the other. At least try. He may fail, but he's at least going to try. He's going to say, he's going to put the lady to the side of the street, or you know how the thing is, a man's supposed to walk on the outside. Well, all of these men in here, they don't care about a man. They don't care about walking down the outside, whether you're with them, whether you're really with them or not, whether you're a family member or not. They've made that clear to me. They've made it clear it's all about them, which really makes sense, because with the hip hop, I hate to bring it into hip hop, but that's really the mantra of hip hop. I'm down for myself. I'm down for whatever, and I'm down for myself. And they're proving it without knowing they're proving it.
Together, or we're gonna go down together. Plain and simple. My mic gets you to carry on.
Chuck, you want to?
And I agree with everything Hustle Mustard said.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Hey, Dee Dee.
How are you?
What's up, Chuck?
Chilling, man. My whole thing about it is, I understand what Torch is saying, but you got to look at the different mindsets of women from back then and now, because it's totally not the same. Back then, women acted more like ladies. They were worth protecting. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of women in this day and age, they're not worth the time, because
I think I'll reply to this, but I'll reply to it right now. What he said really didn't make a lot of sense. As you know, I've been around since dinosaurs have been out, so I pretty much have a cross section of experiences in life to retort this argument he's making. Quite honestly, women are about the same. I mean, where are these guys? Where are these guys hanging out? Where are you guys hanging out? You're not even supposed to meet the kind of women that you guys are complaining about. So where are you guys hanging out?
A guy I went to high school with, he tried to protect the lady from the dude that was putting his hands on her. He got shot in the back about 2-3 times. Lost his life, and
I understand that that's what this whole thing's about, but I understand what you're saying. But shoot, dudes shoot each other without it being about a woman. What was the guy Liftoff was his name Liftoff? I can't remember. Remember the guy? That was over shooting dice. See, the thing is this, they're trying to make women take the blame for men getting shot by other men. Yes, there are times when a woman sets up a man, but it's so rare. They're trying to make it sound like, and that's where the misrepresentation is. They're trying to make it sound like black men get set up every day by women. It just doesn't take off. It just doesn't happen like that. They need to just give up that scenario. The fact of the matter is that black men, we die more from just having a beef with another black man. That's how we die most of the time.
and ain't no telling if the girl probably still with him or not. Because normally that's what they
Now
do.
you're making shit up. You heard him. He don't even know whether the girl's with him or not. Hypothetical at best.
They stay with the man that they be in domestic violence with. Like that one guy that was at the grocery store, he was with his family. He saw a woman getting beat up by her dude. His wife told him not to go over there. He did it anyway. He got killed.
Right. And for every one of these instances that he's talking to you about, hundreds, if not thousands of instances of men shooting each other, not related to women at all. He's not telling you that it's women shooting men. He's telling you that it's men shooting men. Therefore, the problem is men shooting men. That's the problem. So instead of these men on this panel talking about men shooting men, they're talking about hypothetical, low percentage incidents. That is probably way down the list of why men die. Way down the list. Way down the list. And that, you know something? It's like I go fly fishing, right? I go fly fishing. I love it. There is a chance I can die fly fishing. I can drown. I can get caught up in the waves, hit a rock. There's a way I can die, but I've been doing it for about, recently, 6 years. I've always fished, but fly fishing is something I do now. I'm not going out there thinking that, oh my God, man, I'm going to die today, because once in a while, and in a blue moon with the black wolf, hooray! I might just catch the wrong riffle. You're talking about scenarios and odds that are ridiculous. And you're trying to make an argument for an argument you're losing. Creative, what do you think about Chuck's conversation? What do you think?
I don't know. I think he needs to go to the store and go buy a skirt.
Well, no, I mean, that would kind of be, who was the one who was asking for protection? Wasn't that Hustler?
Yeah.
Okay, so he should get the skirt.
Yeah, he should get the skirt.
You know?
I don't know. I can't really relate to them, and it's like, I don't know. I left the hood. Like, I don't go date there. I'm not. No. Why would I try to go date somebody with that type of mind frame? Like, what am I doing?
Right. Now, Creative, this is a good example of if you thought you were doing something wrong dating, well, here you go. You're not. Here are your choices. You know, let me keep it going for a minute.
So, I mean, your points that you making, man, are valid. But like I say, the women back then opposed to now, it's a small quantity of women that can be protected in this day.
Okay. Southern Belle, you nailed it. They seem defeated. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. When you start, and it's kind of part of the speech I was giving them earlier this evening, where we're saying that you have to focus on winning, not losing. They're focusing on the bad, on losing. They're trying to not lose.
Day and age, opposed to the ones back in the day, like the 60s and the 70s. Them women carried themselves like ladies.
Okay, Chuck, how old are you?
I'm 42.
And the 80s. And the 80s.
Okay.
First generation.
Quite honestly.
He's 40
quite
something.
honestly. Yeah.
And speaking like that?
Yeah. I'm just not buying that. I mean, I'm not. I respectfully don't buy it. I see your point. Let me make that clear. I see your point, but at the same time, I believe what happens is that I believe the energy theory. You get what you put out there. If you want to articulate, caring woman, you have to be articulate and caring yourself. If you want a belligerent woman, you put out belligerent energy, and you get what you get.
But
that's my point. If you want a mature woman, you are mature. You are not.
But
I will say this: there are no back in the day, and I'll tell you why a lot of women have changed a little bit. Back in the day, women were ride or die. That came out in the 90s. Remember the ride or die term? Women were getting, oh my God.
That's crack era, son. That's crack era.
Women were getting reamed back in the day because you can only choose who you can choose. So a lot of women, they were trying to choose right, but whether they did or not, the end result was obviously you don't choose right. That's why that term, you should have chose better, is kind of ridiculous, because everybody's trying to choose the right kind of woman. But the problem is, the right kind of man. But the problem is if the man, is a secret sociopath or a narcissistic or some type of other thing, you're not going to know until it's too late. So the point is that I could easily, if I wanted to put out full effort and wanted to find somebody to marry, I could do it. I could do it. I don't feel like it because I don't know why. Maybe I like fly fishing better. I don't know. But the bottom line is I'm confident. But the thing is you can't be belligerent. You can't be evil. You can't be power hungry. You can't be demanding and all this other stuff, and then expect a wonderful, kind-hearted woman to come into your life, because they don't want that kind of energy.
That's not right. That ain't correct.
No, it's the way it is.
That ain't
But,
correct. That ain't correct.
That's not the whole damn truth, because sometimes
who told you that that's what women don't like men like that? That nice women.
I'm not saying that they don't. I'm
like.
just saying no.
Understand something.
You're getting it out of context. You're getting out of context. What I'm saying is this: what do you want in your life? Do you want a calm, relaxed woman that naturally, is submissive? She's doing things for you without you even having to ask or demand.
Are we getting off track? I thought we was talking about protecting.
We are.
You know something? I just caught this. How we got here was because they were talking about wanting a woman that's worth protecting, right? So that's how we got here, because they were saying that women weren't worth. This gentleman here, Chuck, was saying that the new women weren't worth protecting. And one of the things that Hustler Muscular and Chuck want is somebody who was submissive. So Dee Dee was, to me, really, Dee Dee was a little, I understand that we're not talking directly about tactical protection, but it clearly was within the purview of what we were talking about. Well, okay, so you don't want to protect each and every woman out there. Fine. Okay. So Chuck, you're saying that the women back there in the day aren't the same as the new ones. The new ones aren't worth protecting. Okay. So then that must be that you guys have all been from the Kevin Samuels 2-page pamphlet readership about wanting, submission and all that other crap. Okay, fine. So we're on submission. But then Dee Dee jumps in and says, how did we get off subject? When really we're not. Because the men I'm trying to get a communication on, we're trying to find out which kind of women are worth protecting, since that's what you guys brought up. So anyway, let's see where this goes.
Let's see where he's going with this. Yes, that is what we want.
Of men who have wives and have children and families that they are responsible for. Should they be going out of their way to risk their lives for strangers? That's the whole.
Absolutely not.
Wait, let me say something super simple.
No, hold on one second.
Okay.
I like I said, I have a husband, I have children, and I would not, like in the video, the woman told him, don't go. She has a child. They have a family. I have a family. I certainly wouldn't want my husband to risk his life on some stranger and not really knowing the full scope of that situation. And then I'm left here if he's shot or hurt or injured over something that could have been avoided. That's what I'm saying. It's not saying like, oh, if you're at a park and you see somebody choking, a woman choking, and you know how to help her, that's different. Help her. But what I'm saying is nowadays,
notice how she's making it conditional now to a specific scenario. When really if we were to look back at the video, maybe the guy had karate and knew karate was something, and it just didn't turn out right. So she's saying, yeah, let's just keep going. Let's keep going.
Type of women that are out there, it's hard for these. I could see why it'd be hard for men to go running and going out of their way.
That's what it's all about. See, this has nothing to do with the protection part. They're just trying to get a side shot in on the type of women. But Dee Dee, look at the guys he got on the panel. Look at, I mean, let me break it down here. Quite honestly, Chuck, he seems okay. He seems okay. Trey, I haven't heard from him yet. Ian seems a little bit insecure, but that's okay. At least he has, he's got a shirt on. We know this guy's a shit show. This guy right here, we know he's got something to work on. Trey seems okay. Hustlers, I'm kind of in the middle with him. That's not these are the guys these women have to interact with. At least two of them is a hell no for any woman who's thinking logically. They would put getting with this man here, or getting with this man here puts those women in more danger in their presence than if those women were by themselves. There is nothing more dangerous to a black woman than a black man with a bad temper. Quite honestly, there's nothing more dangerous to a black woman than any man she's with a bad temper. That's just the way it is. And see, we're still debating in this, but right now, quite honestly, I've already checkmated Pogo Stick here and Alex here. I've already disqualified them in this interview to what should be at least 98% of the women out there that have that. No, 100% of the women out there that want a life. These men will put you in danger more so than protect you, even if they think they're protecting you. I have hope for him. He seems level-headed. Creative, what do you think about Chuck? Does he sound level-headed to you?
Sounds a little bit defeated. I don't know, a little bit defeated.
Okay, so he's the defeated vibes. Chuck, Creative is a very attractive woman, but she feels like you're giving out a vibe of defeat. But you're not the only one on the panel who's doing that. We know one thing. She's going to say hell no to Palmer, and she's going to say hell no to Alex. Let's see what else these other people. Hustler Muscular seems like a little bit too controlling. So I'll take him off the list too. Now, see, and I'm telling this is how it works, fellas. This is why if you're single without wanting to be single, this is why.
Help somebody and you don't know what that men, even though you might say, oh, it's not the majority, how many men are getting shot by protect. Okay, that's extreme. But it's certainly something that happens.
That's the problem though. I just made my fishing theory. Let me shut up and keep going.
What I'm saying is, should you as a man who has a family to protect, risk your life or put yourself in danger in any kind of way for just any random person? That's what we're talking about. Ian, go ahead and chime in.
Yeah, essentially from what I'm hearing is that he thinks because the guys made before Torch made a good case is that we're not living in a society where the women are worth, where you could.
Now we're back to worth.
This is so funny.
Right. Remember now, Dee Dee thought we were off subject talking about a woman's worth, which is one of their primary needs is a woman to be submissive. Now this guy's coming in with that. Basically what they're trying to tell you is that black women, you are not worth protecting. That's what these men are trying to say.
Where you could basically say that a large proportion of the women are worth putting your life on the line for. You know, you can't say that. You can say that the majority of them are not worth putting your life on the line for. That is the reality that we're living in. So if we were back in a different time where you could
the thing is this. It sounds like to me these guys have problems picking women. Because if you're around so many women that aren't worth risking your life for, or whatever you want to call it, which really is, and remember, they're snapping this to the scenario of the guy being shot from trying to protect another woman, then stop hanging around in those neighborhoods, those areas. Where are you going, Ian? Where are you going to meet these women, Ian, that you're getting the idea that they're not worth protecting? Hustler Muscular wants to be protected. And I assume he's muscular, but he wants a woman to protect him. That was the weirdest shit ever.
You could say the majority of women, if she's the majority of the time, if this was happening to a woman, you would step in because that was the environment you lived in. That was the proportion of women who were worth being protected. We're living in a different time now, and that is not the case in this day and time. You know, especially as we know with the statistics and all of what we know, hindsight is 20/20. Is that women are just as violent as the men, and a lot of times.
These people have 1 million excuses of why they can't date, why they can't do this in life, why they can't find a partner, why this ain't working out. Like,
And the
what
most
the
important
hell?
thing is this: he just lied. Women are not just as dangerous as men. Period. Any race of women is not. This is not. See, this is about the panel. Their panel. They're fraudulent for the most part. You can't make it. You can't. I don't know of any race of men that would say that women are more dangerous than they are. I'm sorry. What were you saying, Creative? Okay, she's grabbing something to eat. Let's keep this going.
They're starting these fights. You know what I'm saying? You have
That's
paternity
wrong.
fraud
No.
on the rise. You know you have a lot of. Okay. All right. So
even their own buddies caught him down on that BS. Here we go.
Black demographics will give you all the information.
Oh shit! Here we go. Black demographics. The website that's run by like two guys. Here we go.
On that, you know, that's not even debatable.
Not them again.
But that's not even debatable. And it's not even. I didn't even first learn that from blackdemographics.com. So you can be condescending with your stupid laugh or whatever.
Now he's getting all hidden in his fifis. He's getting out. He's. Let me hold on one second, ladies. This Ian's behavior can be easily explained by watching Gemini's Manosphere and Red Pill Males Are Homo-Romantic, which was taped yesterday, because this guy here, his feminine energy is getting a little bit too much for me.
Hey, DJ Torch, you spoke earlier about maturity. Let's show some respect to the other panelists. You're not following your own words right now.
Exactly. Yeah. So again, you know, I'm not saying.
There we go. Another Pookie sighting.
that to make a debate. I'm telling you, this is what these statistics say. And as you know, we're living in.
No, that's not what the stats say. That's not what they say, dude. Men are immensely more violent than women. It's not even close. It's not even close.
In a different time where women are saying that they're equal to men. I mean, just hear it. You can just hear it out of their own mouths. They're saying that I'm a man and I don't need no man. So on. This is what they're saying out of their mouth. So even if you don't want to believe the statistics, believe out of their own mouth when they tell you, I don't need you, nigga.
What does that have to do? See, he's on a left field tangent. They don't, quite honestly, to be honest with you, I haven't heard a woman say, I don't need no man for a very long time, unless I go into a I don't need no man chat, but that's about it. And I don't even see it in there. See, this is the problem that as Black men we have. We start, our mind is starting to play tricks on us. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think he's trying to be deceitful, but what he's saying is not true. It's not true. Oops, why does that?
You know what I'm saying? But you want to be a simp, and you want to give
now
your
he's
life.
calling me a simp. But he's the one who's complaining about. How does that work? How does that work? I'm the simp, but you're the one complaining about women. How does that work? I'm the simp, but you're the one complaining about women. You're the one whining about women. You're the one worried about a woman's masculinity. I'm not. I'm going with the flow. But I'm the simp. See, that's weakness right there. Proof of name calling. And I swear to God, this chat is filled with insults. And it's funny because these same men think they're mature, but have no problem spewing insults. They be on that computer. Spewing us, why can't I get a good girl? Not knowing it's their behavior. Not thinking it's their behavior, or at least being naive.
For a majority of women.
There you go. Okay, I'm going to interrupt you now because you dissed me.
I know, because you dissed me because you were
No,
being
I didn't.
disrespectful.
I didn't call you a name, did I?
But you were being disrespectful.
Now look at you. You're getting all angry. You're getting all your feelings. This is what I'm talking about.
You were being disrespectful.
This was what I was talking about. See, you can't hold your temper. You can't hold your temper. What good are you to anybody if you can't hold your temper? You're either going to put somebody down, or you're going to go to jail, or you're going to hate somebody. Now you're getting upset again. I'm fine. I'm not even getting mad or anything.
DJ Torch, quit the gaslighting. You keep trying to make it seem like he's upset.
No, that's not gaslighting.
No,
gaslighting is making a phrase.
How about this? How about this?
That's
DJ
not gaslighting, dude.
DJ Torch. How about you put your
how about you just stay out of our conversation? Me and Ian were talking.
I'm not because you're being disrespectful.
No, he was disrespectful to me, so I'm just replying. I'm just returning fire. Trey,
how about you put it on me?
I'm returning fire.
How about you? I don't care.
Urbanista is in the house. Sudden Bell in the house. Prism in the house. Kimberly Moon in the house. Kittens and Caskets in the house. Sudden Bell in the house. Act Natural Under Pressure in the house. Here we go. We're almost done here, but here we go. Now I see what's going on. Men protecting men, okay?
How about you
men are protecting men more than they want to protect women. I see it now. I got that in there. Men are protecting men more than they want to protect women. And that's true. It's factually true. Yep. The zesty energy. Prism, you nailed it.
Thank you. Put it on mute till he's done. Go ahead, Ian.
Thanks. Yeah. So I mean, again, when I say that you're a simp,
By the Trey, she didn't have to put me on mute. I just stopped talking, Trey.
or that you're acting as an simp, this is not even about trying to disrespect you. This is
That's
based
respect. People, it's what is he talking about? See, this is what I mean. This is gaslighting here. This is what gaslighting is.
based on what we understand as men in 2023. The majority of men
But
understand.
see, he didn't talk about men in general. He's talking to me. He's calling me a simp.
And that protecting a woman, right, with that has no value to you, and more times than not is not worth being protected, right? Who will tell you to her face she doesn't need you is just what a simp is. This is just what we understand.
No, see, Ian, along with the other panelists, they like to make shit up and make it sound like it's a fact without making any relevant references to it. So he's the type of man who, even if you're his woman, if there's danger, he is going to run. And you better run with him. He has no protection to offer you. I can tell this is a weak man. I can tell this is a broken man. I can tell this is a man that if we have an interaction or a disagreement, I'm going to control this. There's nothing. I don't care how tall or big he is or whatever. I'm controlling this situation. His mind's too weak. Let me keep going.
And based on our cultural understanding in 2020.
All of these guys already gave themselves away because they're already in a black female dating failure room. That's what it is. Why would you complain if you're losing? If I'm up in a soccer game by 3 points, I don't have much to complain about. These guys are telling you they're down 2-0, and they're now bickering with each other and complaining, which as an opponent, I would see that as a weakness and no, we got him. We got him.
23, right? If you want to pretend and so if you want to act as if somehow the word simp, we should not use that word at all. When should we use
I never said that. What I told you, Ian, was that you don't call me a simp. It's name calling. So now he's doing all this back reeling to try to protect himself, okay, against his insult. He's trying to justify his insult. What a shame, but that's the name of the game. Kim Lee Moon says, if you're of any value to a woman, she's not going to say she doesn't need you. Ian, if you're serving no purpose in her life or bringing anything positive into her world, you're likely to hear it. Ian. Boom. Boom. Kim Lee Moon. Bars.
the word if not when it's appropriate?
You're not using it appropriately. Maybe.
But you're saying risk your life.
Okay. Do you want me to reply or not?
You're saying
you want me to reply or not?
You're saying risk your
You were
life.
just speaking for about 5 minutes. Do you want me to reply or not?
Yes, but let me clarify. You're saying risk your life, and you're trying to convince other men to risk their lives in an environment that is telling them it is not to their benefit from a mortality standpoint, nor from a respect standpoint, it's not to their benefit. And you're trying to convince other men to do this. It'd be one thing if you do this, but you're on a panel trying to tell other men that this is what they should do, going against what the cultural
Nope,
intelligence
I didn't say
is
that.
saying.
I didn't say that.
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, you're misrepresenting what I said. Maybe because you forgot what I said, whatever. Secondly, it's like this. Are soldiers, are they simps? You can answer that one.
Yes, they are. I've been in the military for 8 years.
Try to take the words out my mouth.
Simps in the military. Ton of them.
So what you're saying is that fighting.
Remember now, they don't even know. This is the funny part. They don't even know how to articulate what I'm asking. Watch, they're going to say they're not. Watch, they're going to backtrack. Just watch.
For a cause is basically simping. It's okay. You can say, you know, I'll agree or not agree.
There are armed servicemen that never fight at all. They spend every day.
What in the hell does that have to do with the price of tea in China? I see. Do you notice how they're going? These guys are constantly starting new topics, new conversations.
I'm just talking about a soldier in general, not a specific soldier here and there.
Okay, a soldier in general can be in finance.
I understand that, but
what is he talking about? We were on whether a soldier is a simp or not. Man, see what I mean? This is, and ladies, look, this is them at their best.
What I'm talking about is soldiers that are, we're talking about conventional soldiers that go, let's say this, soldiers in active duty on fields. How about that?
Yep, they can be simps. Yep.
They notice how he says they can be simps. I've never said, see, these guys are they want to win a conversation. They want to win a debate so bad that they're willing to derail the point or the argument. In general, nobody's going to call a man who fights and risks his life for our country a simp. I will ask these guys this. I guarantee you, you go to a military parade or a 4th of July parade, and you get out there and you start yelling, "You military men are simps." And let's see where let's see where that goes with you. Let's see where that takes you. Let's see where the hell that takes you. Now, Trey should know better if he was in the military. See how they misconstrued my argument.
And I'm a two-time
Are they all simps or just some are simps and some aren't?
You can keep moving the goalposts all you want.
See, they're the ones moving the goalpost. I was asking in general. Men who risk their lives for our country, are they called simps? And now I'm moving the goalposts for trying to move the goalposts back. Yeah, you know something, Trey, you're right. I'm trying to move the goalpost back where it was before we got on this thing of you trying to tell me that pocket, paper pushers and other weak men that you deem as weak are in the military. Southern Bell says, any man who can get a woman is a simp according to them. Boom, bars. Meanwhile, they are simping over each other. Bars. Don Harden says, they're willing to degrade anyone to cling to their talking points. Perfect. Bars. Melanated vessel. To them, anyone that loves and respects women are simps. Bars. Prism.
All military personnel are trained for war. You MOs or AFX is based on different things. Your most or AFX is based on different things. No one drafted you to go to the military. Bars. Man, this is crazy. I'm just trying to get it.
He just answered your question, bro. He answered your question.
Trey, you are moving the goalposts. Let's keep it a buck. You are moving the goalposts because, like, he asked you.
I'm moving the goalposts back. We're not even talking about the same subject. I said, are men in the military simps? Would you, in general, men who protect us, simps? And then there are some pocket pushers, and there's some people who deal with papers, and there's some people who don't even, see any military. I didn't say that. Sorry, Trey. You guys see? Now I can see why they don't have women. They're too difficult. Women want you just to be straight with them, and you're not even being straight with a man.
He gave you one, and now you move the goalposts. Like, keep it a buck, my G.
What I'm trying to do is get clarification.
Hold. Because at the end of the day, when you started, respectfully, Torch, you called guys who didn't do that simps. You the one who brought that word up first. Well, correctly, I did. Then you did, but you was like saying to people on the panel.
Now you got me lost. I'm not sure what you're
No,
referring
you said
to.
you said back in the days, if a man didn't fight for a woman, then he was a simp. So we would be considered a simp. We your statement as what you said.
Listen closely. Are you gonna listen, or do you want me to respond or not? Do you want me to respond or not?
Boom.
Go ahead.
Okay, by the way, finger pointing, that's belligerent stuff. If you can't keep control,
I talk with my hands.
Do you want me to talk with my hands?
That's how I
You see how these guys backtrack? I talk with my hands. Everybody knows finger pointing is rude. See how these guys are? They always want to try. They just won't say, my bad. Yeah, that's true. I shouldn't point my finger. I understand about the hand movement. I didn't say anything about your hand movement. I was talking about this. When you did that and you did it to your camera like that, you know the effect you were trying to get. See, they can't even stand 10 toes down on their own mistakes. This is what makes them worthless. Yep. Angry birds. Angry birds. Talk or not?
Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Do you want me to talk or not? Do you want me to talk or not?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. This is the point I was making. Back in the day, yes, men protected women with no sort of, what would you call it, conditions. Now, if y'all want to have conditions, that's fine. But back in the day, and I'm saying this over again so you guys understand the context, back in the day, you would be seen as a beta male. Okay?
In your definition.
Today,
but those times have long since been dead.
Wait, can I finish my statement, or do you want to just talk over me?
Let finish, y'all. Let finish, respectfully.
Okay. Today, understand, due to the problem that we have in our community, where number one, black men, we're shooting each other at a high level. We're killing. I mean, the thing is this: unfortunately, most black communities now are a lot more dangerous than the communities back in the day. So I understand your point of view is like, look, Torch, with the heightened level of danger. We can't even defend each other because we're going to get shot. Back in the day, it was just use a fisticuffs or a boxing match or something. Now just dudes just pulling out guns left and right. So yeah, I can understand where you guys are coming from now. I don't live in those kind of neighborhoods. So I cannot, that's why I said back in the day. That's why I was making a reference of, I didn't come up and go, oh yeah, you guys are simps. I didn't that. What I'm telling you is that back in the day, that's how it was. Now, as far as the situation today, the danger is not because of the women as much as the danger is because of the men. Us men, we have to change the behavior of other men. How that's done, I have no idea. I tried for 20 years and tried to educate young men for 20 years. It's just gone bad. Okay.
But did you educate them about females at the same time? That's the issue. That's the issue that I have.
Females or women?
I said female. Listen, bros. Listen. Okay,
Let me say this real quick.
I'll clarify. I'll clarify when I'm finished my statement. All right. You don't have to keep jumping in like that.
It sounds he's literally talking to himself because nobody's talking, but he's acting like somebody's interrupting him.
So again, the problem that I have is that when you're teaching men, you have to explain them about female nature. You just have to tell them, and a female nature can be based on the time frame, based on
teaching female nature is something that the father should do. I mean, you can tell men. I mean, in fact, I would think about it like this. So what he's saying is that a man who's a teacher or a coach or a trainer, he's supposed to teach somebody, a young man, about female nature and not the father. I mean, I can understand if he doesn't have a father. And maybe that's what he's saying is he's going to this, he's telling you about maybe a situation where a father, absolutely, we should. About female nature? No, because no. Female nature is something that when you grow up, you will learn female nature. You're around enough girls from the time you were in school. The only way you need to teach somebody about female nature is that they never were around women ever. They grew up or went to all boys school and went straight home for all of their life. You learn that when you grow up. So let's listen.
Environment, you know what I'm saying? You have to give them a context of what a female is, right? And who a female should be when you're explaining to men. You just can't have
Notice
this.
how they're saying female and not women. Notice how they're saying female, but not women. And trust me, they know that female is not how women want to be addressed. That's just how they're built. It's too late for these guys. See, it's almost like programming, like computer chips. When their BIOS is updated, their BIOS has been programmed to disrespect women naturally. It's programmed in there now. So you would have to blow out their BIOS. That's what we call it when you erase and then reprogram to get these guys on the right track. They have no clue how mentally off they are.
I think they hate women. I think that's what it is.
I couldn't agree more. I won't say they hate women, but I would say they hate women. Actually, yeah. They don't see women as women. They see women as females.
It's kind of weird bravado where you're just saying I'm a man and I just do man shit. You know what I'm saying? And you end up getting your arm and your head shot off. You know what I'm saying?
What is he talking about now? What is he talking about? Oh, Prism, I haven't checked yet on the map.
That's not beneficial to teach men that. You have because
what I never said. See, do you notice This is the essence of their problem. This is the essence of their problem right here. I'm trying to, here right now, I'm giving these guys a lesson. If they see this video, I'm giving you a lesson. I'm going to be a little bit rude and a slightly vulgar. Stop making shit up. Even if you believe it, stop making the shit up. You're saying things, referring it like I said it. You're making things sound like they're statements. When I make a statement, when I say I like hamburgers, you're saying, why did you say you like cheesesteaks? Dude, when I say I like hamburgers, I'm talking about hamburgers. This is actually the essence of moving the goalpost right here.
Treating men as if they're robots. You have to talk to men like they have some intelligence.
Why is he telling me this? What? This is not a training room. This is a debate, sir. If you wanted lessons from me, email me.
And I think based on from what I'm hearing from you is you don't think that men are intelligent. You expecting us just to be these kind of attack dogs without any brains.
Never. Wow. Said that.
And not allowing us to actually use our intelligence in a situation.
Notice
to
how, see, this is the one, their cognitive abilities is ridiculously bad. Maybe they're doing it on purpose, and this is their way of trying to win an argument or debate. But if this is for real, this is why they are in trouble. These gentlemen here. I mean, don't let Cynthia G get a hold of this. She will tear you guys a new one.
What is most beneficial for everybody involved? You're just saying, okay, men should be this, right? But there.
No,
but
I never said that. I never even said that. See.
But that's the expectation from where you're coming from, because
Yeah,
you're
it's not the expectation of where I'm coming from. See this. I mean, he seemed like he was smart at first, but now I'm starting to break down and see. Now I can see that he's starting to crackle and I mean, at least he's not raising his voice, but he's completely lost right now. He doesn't even know. He probably doesn't even remember what the core statement was. Can I report for 1 minute, Ian?
Go ahead.
You got to stop. You got to stop misrepresenting my statements. You are saying stuff that I either didn't say the way you said it, or things that I didn't say at all.
You're generalizing, though. You're generalizing.
But wait, let me get a clear understanding. So basically, George, you're saying back in the day, men protected women without any conditions or whatever, right? So what's the bottom line? So men, do you think that men just shouldn't protect strangers?
Men protect men. Men protect men every day.
We're talking about men protecting black men protecting black women. Should black men risk their lives for women? They don't know. Just yes or no. Should they or shouldn't they? Because we're gonna move on from this. The bottom line is, should my husband, we have 9 children and he has a wife.
Wow, 9 kids. Wow.
He go out and risk us losing him for a stranger and not knowing the situation, some woman in distress. Should he go out like this man in this video and go run off and ignore the fact that he has a huge family to take care of and provide for, and risk his life for just any random woman on the streets? Should he do that?
Hell no.
I'm asking him. I'm just saying, should men who have wives and families that are reliant?
Now he was rude to Dee Dee, because he knew Dee Dee was addressing me. This is what I'm talking about. They're not even respectful to somebody they like.
on them, should they go out and risk their lives for strangers?
No.
That's
Your
all.
husband should stay put.
There's always
Now, see, the thing is this, that has nothing to do with the argument in general. She's got 9 kids. No, yeah, of course it's a no. Call 911. Finally. But no, that's not what we're talking about. We weren't talking about her family. We were talking about a guy with a wife and they have a few kids. Could that have been the same situation? Yes and no. But she got 9 kids. The other woman didn't have 9 kids. Maybe her Dee Dee's husband, maybe he's not, how should we put it? He doesn't know how to assess danger as well as the other guy thought he could assess danger. Now, obviously it wasn't, he made the wrong assessment. Hey, still, I hope he rests in peace. But you can't use that same argument for everybody. Trey right here did it every day for as long as he was in the military, in active duty, I assume. He knows what I'm talking about. Let's see where this goes.
You know, Dee Dee, I'm torn on this. I'm actually really torn on this because I have a daughter.
Right.
And I think to myself, if my daughter was out and about minding her business and she was going to be the victim of a violent crime and a man was there and he could maybe prevent it, would I want him to step in, even if it would cost him his life? I'm torn because the selfish part of me says, yes, I want him to step in because he can help my daughter. But as a man, I also understand that he has no responsibility and no obligation to help my daughter at all.
This has probably been the most mature statement in the last 2 hours.
Yeah. So I'm torn. I'm in the middle here, because I do know one thing. If that did happen to my daughter or to my mother or to my sister, and say Chuck stepped in and he helped my family, I would be forever indebted to his family. And I think a lot of the problem is that we don't do the right thing when somebody does something for us, right? If Chuck is going to give the ultimate sacrifice to protect a woman in my family, I am now forever indebted to Chuck's family because of what he did for the women in my family. I really am. I'm torn in between this. I know as a former police officer, what's inside of me, I'm going.
And he was a police officer? I mean, I know you get paid for being in danger, but still. That's a lot. I mean, he should, I can see. Actually, that's the thing. See, men, you never know when you're going to do some heroic shit or not. You just don't. But you can't pick out an incident and then make it about the woman. In that case, then you could say, well, what if the guy was trying to protect a little boy? Now it's the boy's fault, right? Let's say he was trying to protect a little boy from being beat up by or assaulted by a grown big man, right? Is he still equally the same simp? Does that make sense to anybody? I mean, they're trying to pin the blame on a woman because she's a woman. But when you start using math and you use algebra or whatever you want to call it in logic, what if a man was trying to save a little boy? That's happened before. Older brothers have tried to save younger brothers and been shot, killed, deleted. So why is it different if a man tried to save an unknown
little boy versus an unknown woman. Both could have been snotty and mean because you know they're going to trade. Maybe she had it coming. So at least the little bit of sliver of truth we finally got here from Trey is refreshing. Let me keep it going.
Go help the woman, because that's just what I was trained to do, is just go help people, right? 2 weeks ago, a man fell down. He wasn't breathing. I'm the only one who knew to go get the defibrillator and start the CPR. It's just ingrained in me, right, to go help people. But I can understand if a man also says, I'm not going to get involved because I don't want to lose my life. I can respect that as well.
And I can respect that too. That's your choice.
Well, so I really am torn. I will say this. If somebody does step in, excuse me, to help your family member, you got to do the right thing by them and by their family. Because Dee Dee, your husband would be gone. That's 9 kids, right? I got to do something. You can't just leave you with 9 kids at this point because your husband helped my family.
I'm going to stop it right there. I thought I'm going to end it right there. I'm going to try to end and represent Dee Dee's room in a more of a positive note. Trey basically saved the whole panel with that conversation, with that statement. So I'm not going to, we cannot delete what everybody else said. But at the same time, I'm not going to condemn this shit show as a shit show. Maybe I am, but I do want to remind everybody, I believe if you want to continue in a conversation, Tam's live is all the way live. Let me go back here for a minute. And it's about it's an extension of the yesterday's conversation. So it's very interesting and you might want to jump in there. So Tam 1.0, she's got it going on. But right now, I'm going to head it out right here. In the house, Don Harden, Sutton Bell,
Money Work,
Madison Goldman, Robert Dream,
El mundo quiere dinero.
Emily Moon, Melanated Vessel.
Money Work, se arregla con dinero.
Bridget Mouton,
Money Work, si me quiero dedicar, dormir en algún lugar. Un lugar para trabajar.
I like to thank everybody
si no hay
for
para
coming
emigrar,
out.
todo money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el putín entero. Money, cosa verdadero. Si tienen la verde siempre llegará primero.
Creative Solutions was amazing tonight. Please go to her channel, like and subscribe.
Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos malos buenos y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. Yo vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money Work, el mundo quiere dinero. Money Work, se arregla con dinero. Money Work, yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah, no me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money Work, yeah. El mundo quiere dinero, yeah, yeah. Money Work, se arregla con dinero, yeah. Money work, corazón, de corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Yeah, yeah, de corazón, yeah. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah, 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 yeah. Money work, money work, money work, money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Lunes.